Hi. Hello. Hi, guys.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Let's cross over to Capitol Hill right now, where we are hearing a press conference from some of the senators who are voting yes on ending the government shutdown. Let's listen in.
In exchange for funding through January 31st, this agreement will give Democrats control of the Senate floor for a vote on one of our top legislative priorities.
Hey, guys. Hello.
Premium tax credits. This is important when Republicans control every branch of government. The agreement reinstates thousands of fired federal workers and provides back pay to more than 1 million others. It advances
I have theories on why. I have lots of theories on why.
military construction and veterans affairs, and for the legislative branch. It restores a real
Well, so I'm uploading a video right now. I don't know if it like went up. Jesus.
Republicans control the White House, the Senate, and the House
I've got MSNBC on in the background also while we're at it here.
for a period of weeks, including just this week,
Sucks.
that this was as far as they would go as part of the shutdown talks. This was the
the hell?
only deal on the table. It was our best chance to reopen the government and immediately begin negotiations to extend the ACA tax credits that tens of millions
Where
of
are
Americans
you?
rely on to keep costs down.
Oh, here.
For me in New Hampshire, not
Um,
only that 42 million Americans, including 75,000 in my state, will be
Yeah.
food on the table.
You was hoping I would have theories?
1,000 granite state families will be
I don't think, here's the thing, and I want to be clear. I'm really angry about this. Oh, is this like super delayed?
naval shipyards.
Is this super delayed for you guys? I'm sorry. It's like delayed on my end.
Understand that not all of my Democratic colleagues
60, yeah, so they're basically voting to, it's a procedural vote that they're letting, that's not the same as them voting for it, but it's like effectively pretty much that, you know?
So let me be clear.
Here's the thing. Eventually, this was my theory is, no, my theory is that this was exactly the only way that it was going to end. It was sooner or later. And I think I realized this more. I think I realized this like horrifyingly yesterday. On a
Healthcare premiums at their current rate.
the thing is, Republicans were never, ever going to cave on the ACA subsidies. Yesterday, well, over the last couple of days, we realized why I believe Dems were never going to cave on the ACA subsidies. So ultimately, I think that on some level, like Democrats had to finally kind of accept that as well. Unfortunately. Why are the votes taking so long? I mean, they've got 56 yay, 40 nay. It takes a while. This is unofficial tally, but this is from Senate.gov. Yes and no, Care Bear. Not immediately, Kodalo. The problem is, again, I'm not trying to defend Democrats because I'm also pissed about this. But on some level, I also know that this is like a losing battle. It only works, leverage like this only works if you actually have leverage. And I just posted a video about this. I'm trying to post it also on TikTok right now, on IG. The leverage isn't gonna work because Republicans don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck that people are hurting. They don't care that the subsidies are ending. They don't care that people are starving. They're literally suing to basically reverse the temporary release of like the brief release of SNAP funds. They're trying to claw those funds back. They want people starving. There is, yeah, Riva, it does make them look weak and stupid. I think the running theory is the subsidies are, if they didn't cave, we would be moving forward without ACA subsidies anyway, right? Like, not only that, we would not have SNAP. Federal workers would continue to work without any pay. Like, all the terrible stuff that's happening. Trump would continue to illegally appropriate funds, which Republicans are more than happy to let him do. All of that would continue happening, and we would also not have ACA subsidies. That's why everyone's premiums have already gone up. Republicans, my theory is they were absolutely never going to make a single concession on ACA subsidies, and I think I figured out why. I'll be posting a video about that soon. It's what we've been talking about on my live for the past 3 days. We were crunching the numbers. I think Democrats realized, got to a point where ultimately they, at a certain point, either you're going to let them destroy the government completely, or you're going to try to keep the government existing so that there is still a midterm in a year. But also beyond that, I think their hope is that now, because they're being blamed, Democrats are being blamed for for the shutdown right now, right? That's what Republicans are pushing constantly. They're saying it's the Democrats' fault that SNAP is underfunded, that ACA subsidies have run out, that your insurance is high, all this stuff. And so I think part of the calculation is that they're hoping that, okay, fine, if they're never going to get the ACA subsidies concessions because Republicans don't care that people are dying, they love it, they fucking love it, then Democrats are like, at least if we let it go now, we can show that people's ACA subsidies, not coming back, that's entirely Republicans' fault, right? Fine, we agreed to what Republicans wanted. Now let's see how that plays out for you. I think that's part of the equation. Subi, not enough Americans do. Blame them. No, I don't believe that they got a year, Thomas. I know, but I think partially also, I don't know what the conversations were behind the scenes, but I think, remember what people were asking me, what do I think that the win is gonna do in the immediate? And I said, there's 2 possible ways this could go, right? The theory is, the hope is that Democrats would, that Republicans would see how popular Democrats are, freak out, and possibly make some concessions, right? And then I said, which no one else was saying, and I think I'm right. I was like, the alternative is they're going to freak out even harder, especially Trump. Trump is going to freak the fuck out even harder, and he's going to go even harder, right? So all of a sudden, that's why you see, and Republicans, it remains to be seen whether they're more afraid of Trump or more afraid of their constituents. And I don't think that they're afraid of their constituents nearly enough, firstly. Secondly, I think there's also a calculation being made of even if they are afraid of their constituents, I think a fair amount of them are assuming that on some level it's lost for them in midterms. So they're going to try to do as much damage as they can anyway. And they have nothing left to lose on the constituent side. So I think Democrats were hoping that Republicans would be okay, fine, we'll make concessions. And instead, Republicans were no, we don't have to make concessions. Yeah, fine, we're going to lose in the midterms. So there's no reason for us to make concessions. And I think part of the reason for that Republicans are also not willing to make concessions is because Trump is not allowing them to back down on the ACA thing, because Trump is going to make a shit ton of money if the ACA subsidies are not extended. Trump is poised to make a ton of money if the ACA subsidies are not extended. So he is basically not letting Republicans do it. I mean, they could do it. They don't need his permission, but they're too afraid of him. And I think they're like, well, our constituents, fine. Our constituents aren't going to vote for us in midterms anyway, so why should we make concessions with Democrats? And I think Democrats are basically have to... I mean, okay, you don't seem to understand. All right, good luck affording health care, brother. Yeah, they realize they don't need to win the midterms. Yeah, that too, also. That too. They don't even need to win the midterms. They don't even need to, yes, that's true. We're not talking about that enough. Republicans don't even need to win the midterms. Like Democrats will not be able to pass anything if they do not have a filibuster-proof majority, which is very, very unlikely. Why won't they? Because basically, if Republicans can do as much damage as possible now, whether it's by shutting down the government and letting Trump break everything, like I don't know if you guys understand how much incredibly illegal shit Trump has been up to while the government has been shut down, but he's been carrying on with the Republicans' goal to destroy the United States of America. Like he's been carrying the fuck on as though there's no such thing as misappropriated funds. He's been spending money he cannot legally spend. He's been paying ICE. Like, mind you, he's happy to break the law to get ICE paid, but he's not happy to break the law to ensure that SNAP benefits are filled. In fact, he's trying to break the law to prevent them from being dispensed. He's willing to break the law to get ICE paid and willing to break the law to make sure people starve. So that is not a man that you can work with, get concessions from. That is not a man that like is going to like that's where we're at, right? So Republicans are more than happy to keep the government shut down because Trump is happy to break the law to do whatever the fuck he wants anyway. They're happy to leave it shut down. And the more Republicans destroy, the harder it's going to be for Democrats to put any of it back together. And if not enough Democrats win in the midterms, which they probably won't, because it's very, very unlikely that they get a veto-proof majority in the Senate, Democrats aren't going to even be able to pass anything that doesn't get vetoed by Trump. So Democrats won't be able to fucking pass legislation anyway. No, it takes a while. They'll wait for them. There's like often like just last-minute negotiations and stuff. You know what I mean? It's infuriating, and also there was no other way this was going to end. So now it's not a done deal technically, but we believe the current vote count technically is this. But yeah, theoretically based on reports from people who are speaking to senators, it appears that they do have the votes for it to at least advance. Yeah. The problem is also, I think Democrats lose either way. And I explained this during the last shutdown too, especially when like everyone was so afraid. And I was too, and I was pissed too. I was like, listen, I'm pissed about it as well. I didn't want Democrats to allow the shutdown to end or to allow everything to go forward. But but the country is fucked either way. The entire country and government, including Democrats, are fucked either way. Because if the shutdown, with the shutdown, Trump is doing whatever he wants anyway. But also SNAP isn't being paid out. And federal workers aren't being paid. And like, Vinko, if you think this is a win, buddy. Yeah, right. Well, and now the thing is, what's good now though, the one good thing, right? Yeah, right. Now they're gonna have to. Now Grijalva is supposedly going to get sworn in. So let's see. If the shutdown ends, Grijalva will get sworn in supposedly, and she can get the files released. So But also,
that help working families.
yeah, how are you supposed to decide between SNAP or the ACA subsidies, especially when the people you're negotiating against want both of them gone? That's the thing. Democrats want both ACA subsidies and SNAP. Like, Democrats want people to eat and to have health care, and Republicans don't. So ultimately, you can't really, there's no way of leveraging, hey, people are starving, against, hey, but we should make sure that people get health care. You can't leverage it. Republicans want people to starve. Like, literally. They're fighting to make sure people starve. They're suing to make sure people starve. How do you leverage that? Democrats keep voting to release the files, cornrows. So I don't care. If there are Dem names in those files, cool, let's fucking get them released anyway. But it's only Democrats that keep voting to get them released. Why not Republicans? Huh?
A bill, for example, that has very robust SNAP funding, very robust funding for the VA. I had confidence in that. And I had confidence in these guys that
Yeah, till Jan 30th.
possible deal they could get from Republicans.
You can't negotiate in good faith with them. Well, so yeah, I mean, the other thing is like, the problem with Democrats also is that because they're so late to the game on figuring out new media and messaging and stuff. Again, there's so much wrong with the DNC. These aren't my only criticisms, but this is a big part of it, and this trickles down to everything. Like, Trump is out here, and fucking Republicans in general are out here claiming that the extension to ACA subsidies would be giving illegals health care. That's not fucking true. That is not even a little bit true. But they're happy to lie, and they're repeating that, right? And so they're just blaming the entire shutdown on, like, oh, Democrats want to give illegals health care. Not fucking true. But so part of the, like, and they're also basically saying, now that people are seeing their premiums go up, they're like, oh, well, yeah, like, that's because the government is shut down. Also not true. It's because the premiums expired. So I think the only glimmer of hope that Democrats can get from this is showing that, like, your premiums going away and millions of Americans being unable to afford health care, 15 million Americans being kicked off Medicaid, is entirely the Republicans' fault. Because now, everything that goes wrong, Republicans got everything that they wanted, right? If this bill passes, now Republicans got every single thing that they wanted. So every single fucking thing that goes wrong and hurts Americans, which a lot of it is about to do, is a Republican's fault. That's what they're hoping for.
And added together with these other ingredients of robust appropriations bills and a guaranteed path forward to vote on fixing the ACA, that made me sign on and say, yes, we can do it. I had a number of Republicans on the floor tonight said we were amazed that you got that no RIF guarantee.
Well, I think the Dems are probably still going to vote against it, but they're voting to procedurally to allow it to get to a vote. To a vote, yeah. Republicans said that they will allow for a vote in December. The problem is that will not pass because, firstly, Republicans won't be forced to bring it to a vote. But even if they do, Trump will just veto it. Trump will just veto it. That's the whole point of, like, including stuff like this in one big bill, so that you don't have to rely on lies and stuff. You know.
Senator Thune and the Republican majority, and they controlled the Senate, the House, the White House, was we will not talk about health care with you. So there was
Test vote.
that we were going to get on the Affordable Care Act, premium tax credits.
Well, but Penguin, I mean, yeah, and we can't let them, like, this, again, it's like rock and hard place. I'm pissed, but I'm also like, I also understand, you know, what choice is better. Republicans were never going to cave. Trump is going to make millions, if not billions of dollars from the ACA subsidies expiring. He's making millions, if not billions of dollars from the ACA subsidies expiring. He is not allowing Republicans to make any concessions on that. He's not letting them. So Democrats were waiting for something to happen that was never going to happen. And while they were waiting for it, not only would people still lose their ACA subsidies, they would also lose SNAP. Federal workers would also go without pay. And the problem is Republicans don't care. Republicans just don't give a fuck if those things happen. So, like, they're waiting out these people who want people to die. They literally, like, you cannot wait out a Republican because a Republican is happier with people dying.
Republicans made it clear they weren't going to
It's just, that's the problem.
issue the Affordable Care Act tax credits.
It opened? It hasn't opened yet. Because Fox News is full of shit, dude.
Tried to keep working that for 6 weeks. It didn't happen. The vote that we have is not a guarantee for sure. It's more of a guarantee. Here's the way I would put it. As I assessed it,
Maybe, Penguin. Maybe.
with the ACA issue, as long as it's
I think, like,
now,
yeah, Democrats are unfortunately in a lose-lose situation. And I don't like being put in the position to defend Democrats. Like, that's the crazy thing. I don't like the DNC. I don't like mainstream Dems, you know, centrists, moderates. I don't fucking like them. And I think they do a lot of things really stupidly, and now included. But also, like, on some level, I'm like, in the same way, I said it's a similar thing to this, like, last time around. Like, this was always going to be how it ended, because Republicans don't care. Republicans want people dying. They want people starving. They want people going hungry. They want people going without health care, and they want to be making money. And that's exactly what happens when there's a shutdown, and exactly what happens when their fucking bill advances. You can't fucking...
but Republicans have already started saying, well, here, you know, if this
No, both sides aren't. I mean, historically, sure, both sides, because Dems are like have allowed so much bullshit to basically build up, so that now they have absolutely no fucking power. Sure, but right now, no. Like, let's be fucking real. Republicans literally want and are happy to make Americans
would lock in SNAP
like.
for the rest of the year.
They literally want people dying. They're happy to let them die, go hungry,
Plus,
everything.
other benefits, veterans funding is guaranteed if we get these 3 bills through. So there's a plus on that.
But yeah, so I'm going to make a video. So for the past 3 days, though, and I realize this even more, like, in recent days, if you were on my live at all in the last 3 days, you know that we were figuring out where all the fucking scams are in the, like, pharmaceutical agreement and the Trump RX thing. And we realized in the middle of that thing, I was like, oh shit, Trump is never going to let the ACA subsidies go on. He's never going to allow it to happen, because he stands to make millions, if not billions of dollars, if the ACA subsidies do not get extended.
We can't reach agreement on government funding, so the government shuts down, and even though the law is clear that he could
Not yet, K-Sums, but we'll be able to see the official vote after the fact.
said, and by the way,
But that we've got, like, some
health insurance premiums
reports.
they can't afford their care.
We've got some reports. But now also, like, just now, you know, it's like, I mean, it's going to be clear. Like, when everything passes and people can't afford their health insurance, make it clear. There's no debate. It's not like, oh, Democrats own this. They can't lie and be like, you know, oh, Democrats are keeping the government shut down. No. Democrats caved. They gave Republicans everything they wanted. So MAGA, when your life sucks, it's entirely your fucking fault. I said the same thing last year when Trump won, and they were like, Trump won. I was like, yeah, he won. So you own everything. Everything from here on out, every complaint you have, I don't want to fucking hear it, you dumb fucks. You have no one to blame but yourselves. Because Republicans control the House, the Senate, the executive branch, and SCOTUS. So everything is your fucking fault. Everything is the fault of Republicans.
Does not. And that will be the platform of the next stage of the fight. I hope we can find bipartisan agreement on an extension of those premium tax credits in New Hampshire. Couples who are 60 years old or so earning $85,000 a year.
Sue, yeah, that's a great point. When you're sick and don't have health care, do people really care who you point the finger at? I mean, some do. The people who show up at the polls are going to care, yeah. I mean, yes, they shouldn't, like, that's the thing. It should not be a political question, right? Like, Republicans should not be such garbage humans that they are willing to play politics with people's health care. But like, simply, Republicans are bad people. They are all trash, bad people who do not give a shit and are happy to play politics with people's healthcare. They love it. Why? Because what is a better piece of leverage than human lives that you don't care about but other people do? That is the most powerful fucking position to be in. To not give a fuck about human lives that other people do.
The Republicans
So, yeah, I agree. Like, people shouldn't have to care about like who to blame when they don't have health care, but unfortunately, that is the entire fucking situation that Republicans have put this country in yet again.
Most of us up here in the group of 8 that voted for this tonight have voted repeatedly with the Democratic strategy of we're not opening and we want you to take
Yeah, when Dems take power, we'll try to still win both sides. Yeah, that's the problem. It's not Biden and Kamala's fault. No, Trent, you're just fucking stupid. You're a bot and or stupid, dude. How the fuck is any of this Biden and Kamala's fault? You know, the only reason that certain drug prices are going to go down January 1st, 2026 is because of Biden and Democrats for a piece of legislation that not a single Republican voted for. Not a single Republican voted to make drug prices lower. Every single Democrat did. Kamala broke the tiebreaker in the Senate. Biden signed it into law, and starting January 1st, medications are starting to get lower. And guess who's going to claim credit for that? Trump, who did fuck all to do it. But you're so stupid, you will fall for it.
You know what they say to me? They say, why can't you all just work together to address the problems that are
Except that one guy, they don't care. That's the problem. They don't actually care that much, that one guy. They don't care. The problem is their constituents cannot be leveraged against them right now because they're in a position where they're going to break everything so much. And Democrats, even if Democrats win in midterms, I don't know if it's mathematically even possible for them to win a veto-proof majority. I think there's a very, very, very narrow road for it, but it's very unlikely because a lot of some of the Senate seats that are up for re-election are still in heavily red areas. So without a veto-proof majority, Trump doesn't have to sign any laws that Democrats pass. So the more that Republicans break now, the better. They don't care. Ultimately, they don't have to care all that much if their voters don't show up midterms.
later in December. That assurance, in addition to extending the funding for the military as well.
Trump is going to make millions out of this because of the Trump RX thing. I'm going to make a whole video explaining it. It's like lots of fucking numbers. We've been going through the numbers for 3 nights straight. Lots of numbers. But basically this whole like deal with Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk that he was only empowered to make because of the IRA, he basically fucked over the American populace and used the IRA to set up Trump RX, which is basically Trump's version of Good RX, which is where he gets to make deals with the manufacturing companies, the pharma companies, directly himself and sell them retail for lower prices than what the like list prices technically for like insurance companies, right? And so when people cannot afford insurance, what are they going to do for medications that they need? They're going to find cheap retailers or the cheapest available retailers. And who is one of those retailers going to be? Trump. Officially. So the fewer people with health insurance in America, the more money Trump is going to make.
What we can now go back to and say is we're going to get the funding for an entire year.
How is Trump RX even legal?
Military and others.
Because no one is holding him accountable for anything.
A path to potentially getting tax credits. He's not convinced. They did say they acknowledge that there's no guarantee it will pass. There's no guarantee that Mike Johnson will bring it through.
It's going to be, so honey, it's going to be a little bit cheaper, but like not cheaper than, like if you have insurance, a lot of insurance that covers certain medications, it would be, like the copay would be cheaper, right? It's still going to be hundreds of dollars a month for a lot of the medications. But like, you know, instead of basically paying like $1,000 for a medication, without insurance directly from the thing. Have you ever used GoodRx? If you've ever used GoodRx, you know how it works. Basically, it's a way to get medications cheaper than the no insurance route, but like often more expensive than the like copay or the deductible. Also, some part of it depends. It depends on your insurance, right? It depends entirely on your insurance. And also, like, some people have like, you know, maybe it's gonna be higher with insurance because you're like, you have a like maximum out of pocket or a deductible that you're not gonna hit until like 6 months in. And many people are gonna prefer to pay a little bit less up front, even if in the year in total it's more. But also, if you have no insurance, yeah, it's gonna be cheaper than than like the full price.
Kisqali with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR positive, HER2 negative metastatic breast cancer. Kisqali may cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood
Yeah.
cell counts that may result in serious infections. Life-threatening lung problems.
They were never gonna make ACA concessions. We figured that out like this week. We figured that out this week.
Chest pain or dizziness.
Congress can hold him accountable.
All your medical conditions, medicines you take, and if you're breastfeeding, pregnant, or planning.
That's not what's happening here, Magrino.
Johnson. Mr. Johnson.
Like, fuck APAC, fuck Democrats.
Aye.
For sure.
Mr.
Centrist
Lee,
Democrats
Mr.
especially.
Lee.
But that's not
Mr.
that's not what's
Scott,
happening here.
Mr. Scott of Florida. Aye.
59-40 now, yeah. Guys, again, I'm pissed about the cave as well, but I have to acknowledge that Republicans were never going to make any concessions on ACA. Republicans don't care that the government is shut down. That it like gives them more of what they want. While the government is shut down, there are no ACA subsidies, right? While the government is shut down, people also don't eat. Federal workers don't get paid. Everything like starts breaking down. And Republicans like that. Republicans want everything to break. That's why they're passing legislation to break everything. So you can't like leverage the desired goal and desired outcome against people in order to get them to do what you want, your desired outcome. You can't be like, well, if you don't do what we want, you're going to get exactly what you want anyway. You know what I mean? I don't know. The Republicans weren't starting to cave. I don't know what gave you that idea. Yeah, ICE is getting paid illegally. Here, that's another example. I was talking about this earlier. Like, ICE is getting paid illegally right now. It is not legal for them to be receiving funds. But Trump and everyone who's working for him are more than happy to illegally spend money that they're not allowed to spend because it has yet to be appropriated. They're happy to spend that money to pay ICE while also simultaneously not doing the same thing to fund SNAP. In fact, they're doing the opposite, right? They are in court trying to fight a judge that ruled that they have to fund SNAP. They are happy to make people starve and literally what they're trying to do is make it so that no one can afford health insurance. So like they don't care that the government is shut down and therefore no one can afford health insurance. And they want people to starve. They're bad people. Some compromise was made on like federal employees getting hired back. That's not it, Magrino. I'm happy to shit talk APAC all you want, but that's not what's happening right now. Stop, quit the bullshit if you don't understand how things work. I don't know, Wesley. No, you obviously don't, Magrino. Guys, I am the one who did all the videos explaining why ICE is not getting paid, not legally. You don't like, and still they misappropriated some funds to send out a payment. So, But hey, if you're hearing, that's the last information we got. Legally, ICE is not getting paid, but they reportedly, it came out that they received a paycheck at one point, which would have been through illegally appropriated funds. So hey, if they're not getting paid, woohoo, we love that. But they're not getting paid legally.
Remaining question: do they drag this out over the course of a few days? Does this all happen with a little Senate magic where there's unanimous consent and they just advance the bill rather rapidly through the process?
No, Neon, I think it's more complicated than that. Neon said, do you think Dems only did this for votes during the elections that just happened? No. I think that part of this is like, this would not be happening if Kamala Harris were president. True. Yes, correct. Like, I mean, it's like, it's a complicated situation. I am angry, right? I'm angry that they're caving, and at the same time, I know and have always known that this was how it had to end. This is, like, the question was just when. When was it going to end? And a couple of days ago, we realized exactly why Republicans would not be caving on ACA. We figured it out. And I'm going to make a whole video breaking down the numbers. I'll hopefully, if I'm not live for too long tonight, I will try to film it tonight, but it's a lot. It's a very complex scheme, but we figured it out. And Trump is going to make millions, if not billions of dollars if the ACA subsidies run out. So he was never going to let Republicans cave on that. And Trump was also going to make that same amount of money, like millions, if not billions of dollars, if the government stayed shut down through the same fucking scheme. Like, the leverage that Democrats have are things that Republicans don't care about, because Republicans don't care if people starve. They don't care if people don't have health care. They don't care if people die. Republicans don't care. So you can't use leverage against Republicans if it's not actually leveraged against them. They're happy to let people die. They're happy to do that. Literally everything they do is to try to fight to make more people die. So they don't care.
Senators that we were just listening to there about Chuck Schumer's leadership and whether or not this is only going to exacerbate the fissures within the Democratic Party. Your sense as to whether or not the Democrats...
What do I think the Dems do next now? I mean, offer a promise. Yeah, Jessica. That's the thing, right? Like, so they got this like promise that there would be another vote in December for ACA, and yes, that is bullshit, right? Even if there's a vote on the ACA subsidies in December, and even if it passes, Trump is gonna veto it. So basically, they had to give it up. The only thing Democrats have right now, truly, and I hate to say it, the only thing Democrats have right now is, unfortunately, messaging. Unfortunately, Democrats have so little power on any of this, and it's even less power. Like, they would have more power, even having almost no power, if Republicans gave a shit about keeping the government existing, right? If the governments cared about America, like, moving forward as a democracy at all, Democrats would have a little bit more leverage and power. But Republicans don't care. They don't care about the constituents. They don't care about Americans. They don't care about lives. They just don't care. So Democrats have even less leverage than if the roles were reversed, right? If the roles were reversed and Democrats had the majority in everything and Republicans just had the minority, Republicans would have more leverage against Democrats, because the problem is that Democrats actually care if people are starving, if people are, working without pay, if people don't have health care, etc. Democrats, unfortunately, and again, I don't like defending Democrats. I don't. And if you've been here before, you know that. But on, like, the small differences that they have between them and Republicans is that Democrats actually care, like, a little bit and want people to get SNAP, right? Democrats actually want SNAP to be working. Democrats actually want federal workers getting paid. They actually want to extend the ACA subsidies. So Republicans would have more leverage against them were the roles reversed. Democrats don't have that leverage. So right now, Democrats, the most that they have is making it clear, is basically convincing people that they are fighting for them as best they can, even when, like, it's like their fight, quite frankly, is going to be ineffective in most ways. This is why, like, when I get mad, I'm like Democrats are failing because they are not at least inspiring people or like convincing people. They're not even able to convince people out of the time that they are fighting for them for like a myriad of different reasons, even if their fight in these circumstances would be largely ineffective. So, like, yeah, I don't know.
Thank you so much for joining us. We've got another hour of breaking news coming up after a quick break. Stay with us.
The only ones weaponizing suffering are Republicans, Cap. Because Republicans, that's the thing. Republicans like want people to suffer, like literally. Republicans don't believe in SNAP benefits. They don't. Remember, they keep like trying to fucking cut them and stuff. Republicans and during the shutdown, Republicans have been cheering and celebrating people not being fed. Do you not see all the MAGA fucking videos? Republicans saying like, well, tough titties. Republicans are literally doing all this to basically get rid of ACA subsidies. They don't want Americans to be able to afford their health insurance. Who the fuck is weaponizing suffering? Huh? Who is it?
If you know this feeling, you should know the facts. The eczema medication you're taking may not be right for you. Visit myrawtruth.com.
It's the one vote left is one dude from Texas. I forgot who. He like wasn't there earlier.
That's backed by science and is clinically proven to strengthen our teeth. I would recommend this toothpaste to everybody. It's really an amazing product.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Unfortunately, I didn't check if doing the Georgia market my boss would be appropriate. Go Dogs! Yeah.
Is it Cornyn? It might be Cornyn. I'm not sure.
At least I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds.
Yeah, Cortez Masto. She always does this shit. Shaheen, Kane, Fetterman, also. Durbin, Rosen. Again, I'm pissed. I am also pissed, but like, it's more complicated than that. I know, it's like I'm sitting here defending something that I don't want to be the one to defend. Unfortunately, it's more complicated. Like, I'm pissed, and I also understand why. Like, unfortunately. And that's why I'm trying to, like, explain so people understand. As much as, like, I agree. Fuck them.
More confidence, more control. Rose Sparks. Connect with a provider at rose.com.
Yeah, the House still has to vote and stuff. Dems are caving because Republicans don't care that people are suffering. And you cannot leverage people's suffering against people that want people to suffer. Quite frankly. Democrats had no leverage. If anyone thinks, like, I agree, I wanted Dems to hold out, and the problem is, and we talked about this last Tuesday when people were like, what do I think is going to happen? I said either Republicans will get a little bit scared and maybe make concessions, but if not, they might dig in their heels, and after that, it's ultimately, like, unfortunately, I think Dems are going to eventually cave. Because what Republicans don't want the ACA subsidies, period. Especially not now, because Trump is going to make a ton of money when the ACA subsidies are revoked, right? So if Dems didn't cave, what was going to happen? Do you guys know?
Kevin, how are you hanging in there? Give us the latest.
Our viewers must be exhausted of seeing my face. When it comes to the dynamics right now, we are looking at 59 votes for and 40 against as of this moment. We are waiting, as you mentioned, for Senator John Cornyn of Texas. I just recently...
Do I think Dems benefit off this as well? No.
Cornyn's getting here soon.
What are you talking about? No.
Be done soon. Soon is a relative term in Senate parlance, I admit. But we seem to be getting closer to the end of this. But keep in mind, this is just step one in this process.
It also, yeah, I mean, the good thing is Grijalva is going to have to be sworn in, and then they can vote on releasing the files.
this bill is
So,
finalized in the Senate, and then it has to head over to the House side, and then, of course, provided it advances and is passed there. And keep in mind, House lawmakers are on a 48-hour notice to come back here to town, which will
No, I don't believe so. I don't think Slotkin. Slotkin's a Dem? It's a good question. Let's find out. So anyway, I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna answer my own question because I know there's a big chat. So Democrats wanted Republicans to extend the ACA subsidies, and Republicans don't want the ACA subsidies. They don't want to extend them. Nothing. So, if Republicans don't concede, and if Democrats kept holding out, what would happen? Well, the ACA subsidies would also not be applied. The government would continue to be shut down, and the ACA subsidies would still not be in place. Also, people would SNAP would not be funded. They're literally Trump has literally been suing to try to make sure that people starve and don't receive their SNAP benefits, even though a judge ruled. They basically appealed that immediately. That they have to release the funds. Yeah, he's fighting tooth and nail to make sure people starve. And also federal workers don't get paid, and a whole lot of suffering happens, right? And all this because Democrats are are basically fighting and wanting ACA subsidies to apply, and Republicans, and the whole time ACA subsidies are not being extended, and the whole time Republicans are happy because Republicans don't just want ACA to not extend, they also want people to starve. So, as much as I'm pissed, I also don't know what the alternative was. No, the subsidies are just going to be in place until January 30th, basically. They're just going to extend until the end of the year, but they will still be basically removed next year. Why have they been fighting so hard against SNAP? Republicans want people hungry. Here's the thing. Republicans are go hand in hand with, firstly, desperate people are easier to manipulate. They are. Hungry people are harder to educate. The more hungry you are on the regular, the less effective education is on you. The more hungry you are, the more desperate you are. The more desperate you are, the easier you are to manipulate, not just politically, but also people are willing to work for under minimum wage if it means the difference between having a meal and not. Literally. Hungry people are more likely to revolt, giving them an excuse to declare martial law. Hungry people are the easiest people to exploit in the fucking world. So Republicans love hungry people.
We are hanging on your every word, and we appreciate your staying up late. Joining us now, also agreeing to
Yeah, I've been explaining, Lil.
evening is MSNBC political analyst and Democratic strategist Basil Spiegel and former Secretary for Housing and Urban Development and MSNBC political analyst Julian Castro.
They caved, but they were always going to eventually cave. Guys, Democrats folded, they caved, but they were always going to eventually cave. Because Republicans want to destroy the government one way or another. So either way, Republicans are getting exactly what they want. It's simple. It's simple. No one's trying to put a good spin on this, but it's just it's worth understanding exactly why we're here. It's worth understanding exactly why we're here. And it's because no matter what, Republicans were getting exactly what they wanted. No, sober. Democrats were being blamed for the suffering. Now, no. Republicans want Trump to be king, Emily. You dumb fuck. You think people saying, hey, no kings are people who believe he is a king? How fucking stupid are you people? Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, I think a hell of a lot of Dems should be primaried, including ones that didn't vote for this. But also, this was always how it was going to end. The shutdown helps Republicans. The shutdown literally benefits Republicans and Trump. No one's there to stop Trump. He's been doing a bunch of illegal shit this entire time. Like, the shutdown doesn't help anyone but Trump and Republicans. So, unfortunately, this was always the way it was going to go. This was literally always the way it was going to go. It was just a question of when.
These sort of gentlemen's agreements
Yeah.
that may have worked in the days when Jack Kemp was in Congress don't work when you have an administration that doesn't believe that rules exist
Yeah, they want a fascist regime. Exactly, Danielle.
themselves. And so when you have a lot of voters
Dems were getting some like increases in public polling, but there was only so far that they could push that before losing democracy itself. You know what I mean? There's only so far you can push that before, yeah. And before that would also turn on them, unfortunately. Now also, like, they're going to move forward. The bill's going to move forward, and SNAP will be released, et cetera, and the ACA subsidies will go up, and like, Republicans will be the only ones to blame.
Look, we got a concession from John Thune that they're going to get a vote at some point in December. I think we heard
They truly, guys, they eventually, this was how it had to go. This is eventually how it had to go. As pissy, as angry as it makes me, etc. Like, I've talked about this. I've been talking about this for a while. When people ask me, like, eventually this is how it was going to go. Unfortunately.
president's desk, and yet they basically seem to have absolved themselves of the responsibility of trying to get the tax credits extended.
Well, that's the thing, Arctic. They want, so when are we hungry enough to invoke French Revolutionary actions? That's exactly kind of what they want, Arctic Tiger. Trump would love nothing more than for Americans to be so hungry they go French on them, because guess what? Unfortunately, and I'm big into fighting back. You know, I talk about organizing all the time, and there are ways to do it effectively, strategically. But what they want is for us to go French on them, because no one can. We would not defeat the American military. Not a chance in hell that we would ever be able to defeat the American military.
get these guarantees on healthcare subsidies. And tonight, these Democrats basically have just thrown up their hands and said, you know what, that's not going to happen. And I think that could end up,
Yeah, I mean, this is a procedural vote, so once this passes, it will actually get voted on in the Senate. The bill will actually get voted on.
there's not just a guarantee, but I would say there's not even a likelihood that Donald Trump and the Republicans will come to the table on this and compromise. And that means that you may get the worst of all worlds.
Yeah, someone said, that's a good point. Then he said, can someone explain how people who need SNAP not getting SNAP helps to change if people, quote unquote, misuse? Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, guys, again, I am annoyed. I am pissed. It's just like, I'm pissed, but also this was eventually going to happen. This was eventually had to happen. Republicans were happy with the government shutdown.
And this is the exact opposite of that in many ways. So they're going to have to explain a lot.
They're happy. So basically the concessions that were made, there were some concessions made, but like minor for most people. And that's like, and you can see like the Senates that voted like along with this were like from Virginia and stuff. And the concessions that were made were on like rehiring back certain federal workers. And basically Republicans said that they would allow for another vote on the ACA subsidies in January, like a separate thing. And that is unfortunately performative, but they're like, yeah, we'll allow a vote and you can get it passed then. So, you know, Carla, it was always going to be for nothing. It was always going to be for nothing.
Tonight, these Democrats risk that this is one more instance where people feel like they didn't stand up for the people
They don't have leverage, Cart. They don't have leverage. They got to this point, and I think part of the reason, I think this is happening now, partially because of the election, right? because the hope was that the election would make Republicans make some concessions. They were hoping that some Republicans cared just enough about re-election still to care. But also, I think it's happening now because Trump secured the deal with Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, which now makes it so that he doesn't want those ACA subsidies extended, because he will make millions and millions and millions of dollars if they are not extended. So it's not a coincidence that it's happening now, because Dems were basically like, I think Republicans were like, hey, we're fucking happy to leave the government shut down for the next 3 years and let Trump do whatever the fuck he wants, as he is currently doing, because we will never in a million years, like, we will not make a single concession on ACA.
Analysis. I do think that for a lot of people that came out to vote, and I would actually even include a lot of moderate Democrats that voted on Tuesday and just saw the energy and saw the response.
So what happens with the SNAP stay from SCOTUS back? Well, SNAP will have been, SNAP is getting funded. Or, I mean, basically, yeah. That should basically go away.
And one of the things that is, if I'm going to personalize this,
Tara, we do care, and we've talked about it as well. In fact, I talked about it for well over a decade. I'm from Spain, which recognizes PAL statehood, so maybe you can shut the fuck up. I bet you first discovered it in the last 2 years, right? People talk about different things at different times.
voters look at people in D.C., look at these elected officials, particularly some of the moderates, when they feel like folks are not fighting enough for them, what they say is that they have
That's where you and I disagree. Oh, you're happy for Palestinians to starve? Wow, Kat.
is an orange. It's
But you're totally better than Republicans? Okay.
sent you there to do. He sent you there to fight. And I do look. There may be some calls for Schumer to step aside. I don't know where that's going to come from.
They got some concessions on federal workers and stuff. They got some concessions, just not on the ACA.
Those a lot of progressive voters and elected officials and moderates that still hang on, playing by the rules.
The last vote is a Republican from Texas, I believe.
Secretary Castro, I mean, are you surprised the fact that these 8 Democrats, none of them are up for re-election? I mean, they're not politically vulnerable. I mean,
Dave, they were never, or Davo, they were never gonna get a year of ACA. They were never gonna get that extension. That's what I've been talking about. They were never ever gonna get that extension. And while the government was shut down, the subsidies would also not be in effect. Unfortunately.
they're not up for re-election until 2028, and they're not under any political pressure to go along with the Republicans, and yet they did on their own free will.
SNAP is also funded through the next fiscal year. Yeah.
David, depending on where you stand on this move, you can see it in one way or another. On the one hand, somebody that agrees with this might argue, look,
This is Senate.gov. Oh, you mean in the background? I have MSNBC on just to hear them talk. Because they're interviewing other people.
a more mature perspective that's in everybody's interest. That would be the argument for it.
Democrats didn't hold SNAP as leverage. Republicans were holding back SNAP as leverage. I don't know if you fucking saw it, but Trump literally sued to not allow SNAP funds to go out, despite the fact that a judge ruled that they should be because of the emergency funding. You're just too fucking stupid to understand how any of this works. Every terrible thing that's happening right now is thanks to Republicans. Everything that sucks for you in your life is thanks to Republicans. Anything good that happens, I can always guarantee, is going to be thanks to Democrats. Like some drug prices are about to go down. That's because of the IRA, the Infrastructure Reduction Act, that was passed only by Democrats. Not a single Republican voted to pass it, and yet they have been bragging about it on Fox News ever since, acting like they passed something that not a single one of them voted for. And that bill did a bunch of stuff, including forcing pharmaceutical companies to start lowering their prices starting January 1st, 2026. But people like you are so fucking stupid, you don't pay attention, and you don't know when dumbasses like Trump tell you that it's thanks to them. And you fucking gobble it up. Nope, Aaron, that part still exists. You can't, they didn't rescind the law. Video, audio out of sync on Twitch. Thank you. Sorry. I don't know what this is. Who's the last vote is some Texan somewhere. I don't know why it's out of sync today. Sorry, guys. Maybe I can... Let me try to refresh this. I don't know why everything's out of sync. Let's try that. Is that better, by any chance? Probably not. It isn't. Oh, it's not? No, I think... Melinda said 78% of the public wants ACA subsidies. How do Republicans ignore it? Same way they always do. Republicans don't care what people want. Majority of Americans also believe in the right to choose. They're at least against total abortion bans. Republicans don't care. You cannot leverage something against people who don't care about that leverage. It's not leverage, right? Leverage, by definition, needs the person that you're using it against to care. And Republicans don't. Republicans just don't. Why not? Because Republicans, I think, especially after Tuesday, Republicans, I believe, are largely resigned to losing midterms. I think they know that they're going to lose midterms. So for right now, the goal for them is to destroy everything as much as they can and enrich themselves as much as they can. And then Democrats will win in midterms. However, Democrats are probably not going to get a veto-proof majority in midterms. So anything that Democrats pass to try to fix what Republicans broke, Trump will just veto. He'll just veto it. So Republicans don't care. The more, I mean, you know, literally just whatever happens, the shutdown allows Republicans to break the government more quickly and for Trump to break the government more quickly, break more laws more quickly. Pros and cons to this passing. The pros are SNAP benefits go out, people will be fed, WIC will go out, federal employees will be paid. Yeah, basically. Also, they did get some concessions on some federal workers are going to get rehired back, but... Oh, yeah, certain people... Grijalva will supposedly, theoretically, be sworn in, so she can vote to get the files released. Airlines will... Well, it's going to take a while for airlines to go back to normal, but yeah. Pros, Republicans can claim Dems caved, yeah. But also, pros, Dems can say, well, okay, so see, like... When the subsidies are up in January, which they will be, which they were trying to prevent, they can be like, well, see, you wanted us to, like, give Republicans what they wanted. Now they got what they wanted, and now you can't afford your health care. Congratulations. We tried to fucking save millions of Americans, and we couldn't because Republicans don't give a fuck about you. There's one more vote. I answered that, Melinda. They don't care. They don't care what people want. Oh, gotcha, Cat. Okay. What Democrat has fought hardest for the ACA? I mean, I'm going to say Bernie, who's technically independent, but a bunch of them did. But they're never going to get the ACA subsidies extended. We realized that especially this week when we were doing calculations on the Eli Lilly Novo Nordisk deal. We realized that Trump is going to make millions, if not billions of dollars if the ACA subsidies expire. And we had this moment of like, oh shit, they're never going to let them. They're never going to extend those subsidies. Literally. It's like somewhere in my VODs, you can fucking watch it. Yeah, I mean, I think all Dems should get primaried, or a lot of them. Dems' fault? Nope. No, they're not playing dirt. Guys, this was always going to happen. This was exactly what it was always going to happen eventually.
Just meet this freaking moment and fight. This is
Not all of them, Violet.
in the White House is not
Specific Tem. I think all. Asaf voted no, pretty sure. Teresa.
former colleague Adam Kinzinger said. The House now has to come back to Washington. I doubt they know where their offices are. They've been away for so long. We've got a Democratic congresswoman in Arizona who hasn't
This is from Senate.gov. This is there's like they're waiting on one final vote.
set a date for a runoff to get representation for another Democratic.
Oh, that's a good question, Aaron. Did Mitch ever even have the DACA vote he promised last time? The problem is, even if they have the vote, if they have the ACA vote when promised, Republicans promised that they would allow an ACA vote at the end of January to potentially extend it. The problem is, Trump will, even if they pass it, Trump is going to veto it. Trump can easily veto it.
John Thune promised them a vote. They got a promise.
They got a promise for a vote. That's what they got.
What were you doing for 40 days?
And I think also, here's the thing, too. Like, there's a level of, like, Johnson can just not bring it up. Yeah. And here's, Dems were always going to lose. Dems were always going to lose this. They were trying to push for the subsidies and stuff. And that was made most clear this week after Tuesday. The hope was, and we talked about it on Tuesday. People asked me, what did I think that the election results on Tuesday would have, what effect would they have on the shutdown? And I said it could go one of two ways. Number one, Republicans in Congress might get freaked out and still have hopes for midterms and start making concessions. Or number two, Trump would freak out more, and basically the question would come down to whether Republicans are more afraid of Trump or more afraid of their constituents. As we saw, Trump started freaking out more. He started pushing to basically literally destroy democracy in this country. And also, this is my theory, the Eli Lilly Novo Nordisk deal went through, which basically made it so that Trump would absolutely never fucking allow for a concession to be made on ACA. But also, Republicans, I believe, have basically resigned to the fact that they're going to lose midterms. Republicans know that they're going to lose midterms. So they've got nothing to lose now, right? Republicans want to destroy the government. Most of them, like many of them who are in like questionable seats and stuff, they know that they're going to lose midterms. Might as well like go balls to the wall and destroying the government anyway. That's their plan anyway. And the more damage they cause now, the harder it's going to be for Dems to like even reverse any of it when they win midterms, because Dems are probably not going to get a veto-proof majority in the Senate. So, Republicans basically, like, as a result, I think Dems had to basically contend with the fact, all of these pieces in place now, that, yeah, Republicans were happy to basically never, ever make the concession. So the best thing that Dems could hope for was to at least make it very clear exactly who's to blame for any of it, and to hopefully release SNAP and get workers paid. So they basically, 10 of them, not all of them, 10 of them agree to the concessions made on federal workers getting rehired back, certain like payment going out. VA, the VA is getting some funding, right? That's not small. And this promise that the vote on the ACA is going to go up in January. So they know that Republicans are going to say no, are going to vote against the subsidies on the ACA. Some of them might be hoping that some Republicans will be hoping or will switch, right? It's possible. Best case scenario, some Republicans will switch and support the ACA. However, there's a very good chance that Trump will veto the ACA subsidies anyway. But at the very least, there is a level of separation there where they can be like, hey, look, Americans, every single American is voting to extend, or every single Democrat is voting to extend the ACA subsidies, like we said, and Republicans are voting against it. So now, when tomorrow your ACA subsidies like run out, it's entirely Republicans' fault. That's the only thing. That's the only thing that like they can do. But the problem is, yeah, Aaron, like, and a big part is that it's not all for nothing, Cisco. This is how it was always going to happen, unfortunately.
Threaten the government, shutting down the government by threatening to fire all these workers. So you're only taking us back to zero. You don't even have that as a
Unfortunately.
way to go back to your constituents. I mean, I'm not trying to.
I know, Rainbow. Yeah, I love that people are blaming the Dems when Republicans have the majority everywhere. Yeah, unfortunately.
A victory for Senator Tim Kaine.
Yeah, no, dude, I hate Schumer and I hate Jeffries. I am both of their constituents.
The apparatus understands this.
Stop screaming, BLC. I bitch about them constantly. I have protested out of Jeffrey's office. I declared on Threads that I would haunt him for like the entirety of my life. Which, by the way, is why I believe I do not get invited to ask questions at meetings like other content creators do. I should probably delete that thread so that he doesn't see it. But you call Schumer's office. Yeah, that's awesome. Great. But the problem is also, like,
Democrats got this pinky promise to have maybe a vote in the Senate at least in December, but
no point in doing this since Dems caved. Doing what?
why wouldn't they at least demand that vote happen this
They need that 60th vote, yeah.
tomorrow? Then there's less time for Republicans in the Senate. And
This is literally my live. Shut the fuck up, Lauren. Lawrence.
so many parts of this
No, I've never worked in government.
developing story are extremely perplexing to me.
Medicaid, I mean, because of the ACA subsidies, I believe the estimate is 15 million people will lose Medicaid.
My brain's no longer working. So it doesn't make any sense to me. Here's what I worry about. The base.
The Dems had to cave eventually, BLC. If the Dems didn't cave, guys, think this through. Walk this through. This is what was always going to happen. And again, I am pissed and I'm disappointed, but I also, like, know that this, like, I always fucking knew this is eventually how it was going to have to go. And we've talked about this on here. And like, following the election and following the deal with Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, this is how it was going to go. If the Dems didn't cave, what was going to happen? What was going to happen?
In front of the camera, the average Democratic voter out there screams, "Be done with you, be done." And this will only.
Neon, Trump wants an uprising so that he can sick the military on people. That's not exactly the good solution either. He wants to be able to use military force on Americans. And also, if you want an uprising, go start it. You first. Go do it.
Older or more moderate and establishment figures just aren't ready to meet this moment. Generational change is needed. You know, this sort of seems like if you're one of them, you're running on this.
It did not pass the House already.
If I were on set with you all right there, I'm yanking off.
What was gonna happen if Dems held the line? What was gonna happen for Republicans? Republicans who know that they're gonna lose in the midterms anyway. They saw on Tuesday they're gonna lose in midterms. They got fucking flounced.
That's what the Democratic Party needs.
Yes, Republicans are gonna blame Democrats for everything, and they're gonna take credit for everything that Republicans do, as always.
Healthy thing, a movement against.
Yes, it has to go back to the House for a vote because they made some amendments.
Congressman, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We have to sneak in a quick break. Thank you. We're waiting. Senator John Cornyn.
MAGA are both blind and stupid.
Weekend prime time. We're going to find out, Anna.
Do you want a dishwasher but only use it for storage? Get better.
Well, they were trying to get Neon. This was what was the point? Why shut the government down at all? In the hopes that Republicans were like going to make concessions, but Republicans made it clear that they were not going to. Republicans saw on Tuesday that they will not win midterms, so they're fine. And Trump closed a deal ensuring that he makes millions and millions of dollars, if not billions, if the ACA subsidies expire. I will explain all of this in a video. We figured this out over the last several days. We had a moment where I said, "Oh shit!" Like literally, we had a moment on this live where I was like, "Fuck, dude, he's not gonna they are never gonna cave on those subsidies." Like, Yeah. So Dems, I think, realized, yeah, okay, so we can keep the government shut down, and the ACA subsidies have already expired. Also, people are losing SNAP, which Trump was suing to ensure people would starve, and federal workers are not getting paid, et cetera, et cetera. And Democrats were getting blamed by a lot of people. Not everyone, but they were getting blamed by a lot of people for the shutdown. And Republicans were happy to let that continue. Republicans were happy to have the government shut down for 3 years. They were more than happy to do it because they're in the files. They don't want those released. And also because while the government was shut down, Trump was illegally doing everything he wanted to do anyway. Like, they're fucking happy for that. Like, Republicans don't care that Americans are getting hurt. So you can't leverage that against them. So Democrats ultimately had to accept, like, okay, well, now for sure Republicans are not going to cave on any of these things. So best we can do is get a promise out of them, get a promise that there's going to be a vote at least closer to next year, so that when there's a vote and Republicans vote against extending the ACA subsidies, everyone will be very clear on the fact that it's Republicans ending their ability to afford health care. And by getting some concessions on VA funding, they got some more VA funding, and getting concessions on federal workers being hired back and stuff, unfortunately.
Hey guys, Viagra is not your only option. Grow sparks, act fast, and stay active longer. They aren't pills.
The last vote is coming from a Texan who was like not there when the vote started, so I think they're just waiting for him to show up.
Using your system for longer. More confidence, more control. Grow sparks.
How does caving benefit? Nothing benefits Dems, Zach. Nothing benefits Dems. Continuing it doesn't benefit Dems, and caving doesn't benefit them either. The only difference, they got to a point where Republicans were like, have accepted that they've lost the midterms, and Trump secured a deal so good for him that Republicans were absolutely never going to concede on subsidies. So the only thing that Dems can get out of this now is making sure SNAP gets paid out and federal workers work. And they got some little concessions and stuff.
Just sign X. Breathe. What is wrong?
It doesn't end the filibuster, no. It's just this vote. Basically, Dems are not voting for the bill. They're voting for a procedural vote. The filibuster is basically, you see it here, right? The filibuster rule is in the Senate, you need at least 60 votes on certain types of bills, not every. So like the big, beautiful budget bill didn't need 60 votes for this because it was a reconciliation bill. Whatever, it's a whole, I have a video explaining reconciliation elsewhere if you want to see that. It's in a playlist called Gov 101. But so the 60 vote rule is like, it's a vote on whether or not there is going to be a vote, right? So you can pass a law with a simple majority in the Senate, and the Senate is 100, right? So often it's like 50-50 split, and if it's a tie, then the tiebreaker is the vice president. So, but what you need for most types of bills, not every single one, is you need at least 60 votes. That's the filibuster rule, in order to bring it to an actual vote. That's a procedural vote, right? So that's what this is. So it's likely that most Dems are going to vote against it in the end. They're actually going to vote against it in the actual vote. But they needed like 60 votes to bring it to a vote in the first place. SNAP fully funded in this vote, yeah.
This bill, there are still several more steps in the Senate before they can send this over to the House. House presumably will be here sometime midweek. They're on a 48-hour notice, and then they would have to vote yay or nay on that before sending it to the president to reopen the government. Just to kind of remind you of what this framework is that they're working on here, this would be...
The majority of people voted, blamed Republicans, but that would have turned. That eventually would have fucking turned. I can guarantee it. And Republicans didn't care. Republicans were happy to have... Here's the thing, guys. You got to remember. You got to keep remembering. Republicans and Trump's ultimate goal is to destroy the government and destroy our democracy. That is their goal. They don't want any benefits going out to Americans. They don't want any fucking... They don't care if people starve. They don't care if people get health care. They don't care. And they want our democracy destroyed as well as our government. The more the government breaks down, the happier Republicans are, because they always run on, oh, everything is broken. Let us have more power. That's literally what, that's the entire premise of their form of fascism. So they were happy. They were more than happy to have the government shut down for the next 3 years. More than happy. Because they were getting everything they wanted in the first place. What about the idea that holding out creates goodwill for Dems from the left and anger Republicans? Yeah, so yes, that can only go so far. What about this idea that it creates favorability, etc.? Yes, that's the one thing that's like Dems like needed. And I talked about this last time too, when Dems basically voted against a shutdown. I was explaining, like, yeah, people want to feel like Dems are fighting for them, even if that fight is ultimately ineffective, right? And that's the unfortunate thing, right? Like, we talk about this all the time. I'm pissed at Democrats all the time. I bitch at them all the time on my videos, on here, you know. But at the same time, I'm always careful to be like, to acknowledge, like, I'm going to be pissed at them for what's within their power and they're not doing. And I'm not going to be pissed at them for, like, not having power that they don't have, you know? Because, yeah. So one of the things that I talk a lot about is, like, Democrats, like, actually can't fight for people very effectively right now. Like, they truly don't have much power because they don't have much leverage. And that comes more from the fact that Republicans don't care if people get hurt. You can't leverage that against Republicans. But what Democrats need to be doing and could be doing a lot better is, at the very least, giving people the feeling that they're fighting for them. You know what I mean? They could be more of a thorn in Republicans' side, which I think they were, you know what I mean? But ultimately, there is this problem. There's always going to be this problem for Dems that no matter which route they go down and for how long, Republicans still benefit from it right now. No, so World, you're saying, Greed, there's nothing they can do except fight that, but that's the one thing they're not doing. But it depends on what you mean by that, World, because a lot of people are like, why don't Democrats filibuster X? And it's like, because that is not something that's able to be filibustered, right? Like, people are like, why don't Democrats filibuster this thing? It's like, because they can't. Like, they don't have that ability. And that is not a filibusterable thing, for example. You know, when you say here, like, oh, why don't Democrats fight? They were just fighting. They just put up a 40-day fight. They just put a 40-day fight. But ultimately, it came down to, like, this week was going to be the week where they found out if they could force Republicans to make concessions or not, right? Democrats won across the board in the country. And now is the week for Republicans to show that they were scared about losing midterms. And instead, Republicans said, yeah, we're going to lose midterms. We don't give a fuck. So if you want to keep the government shut down until midterms, fine. But until then, everyone in the country is going to starve and no one's going to have health care. And at a certain point, Democrats, like, are going to have to make a decision, you know? You can't even spell the correct your, Adrian. I don't think you're in a position to tell me my reasoning is flawed. I'm not spreading lies and division. Republicans are fucking monsters that want people to die. Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for Grijalva to get sworn in. Most Americans have so little knowledge about how things work. This fact makes everything so much harder for everyone. Yes, except unfortunately, it makes it so much easier for Republicans. I know there are people there on YouTube. I see you guys. I see that you guys see the multi-chat on screen. That's what I'm watching. I'm watching the multi-chat. Does this mean health benefits are effed? Yes, Chasing. Wow, Jamie D. Such a great point. Explain Eli Lilly again. Sure. I'm gonna do a full breakdown. We spent 3 days on here doing the investigation and tracking down all the numbers. Basically, this week, Trump announced. So I'm gonna do a full breakdown and video, but it's a lot. It's a lot of pieces and laws that I had to like chase down with people in here. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to do that. But basically, this week, just a few days ago, you guys remember the guy who fainted in the Oval Office? So that meeting, Trump was like announcing like, oh, Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk just agreed to like lower their prices. I'm so good. Like, look at me. I got them to lower their prices from this to this. Setting aside the fact that like the rates at which he's claiming that they lowered their prices are actually fake, including like one of the medications was already lowered in February to just $4 more than the price he's claiming he got it lowered to. Like, wow, buddy, you lowered it $4. Congratulations. Setting that aside, right? Oh, and the fact that he claimed, look at how high the price was before, and it was like not actually, whatever, retail was much lower, and the price that he used was like the maximum price for only one of the medications. Despite all that, right? In addition to that, Trump used the powers that the Inflation Reduction Act gave the administration. So the Inflation Reduction Act that was passed under Biden, every single Democrat voted for it. Not a single Republican voted for it. And Kamala Harris was the tie-breaking vote in the Senate on, and was signed into law by Biden. And since then, Republicans have bragged about passing, despite the fact that they had nothing to do with it. In that Inflation Reduction Act, one of the sections, a big part of it, empowered the federal government, the administration, to force pharmaceutical companies to negotiate with the government to bring down certain drug prices, right? And it basically set a ceiling for how much those prices could be based on certain equations, whatever. And, you know, it's a huge deal. So the first year they could pick 10 medications, the second year was 15, and then after that it's like 20. So the first round of 10 went really, really well. And Biden got them to lower their prices by like an insane amount. And those low prices go into effect January 1st, 2026. So just watch out for that because Trump is going to claim credit for it too. But then also with the Eli Lilly Novo Nordisk thing, Trump came out. So 3 days before Trump took office, the Biden administration released the list of the next 10 drugs that were chosen, right? Which included Ozempic and Wegovy and Zepbound. You know, it included basically everything that Trump got the price lowered on. He's such a fucking liar. And MAGA are so stupid. They just don't, they fucking believe it. So basically, oh, hi, God. So long story short, Trump has set up his version of GoodRx, which if you know about GoodRx is this service where you can get cheaper medications from. It's not covered by insurance, right? It's like Mark Cuban's thing. He set it up where he basically negotiates with the companies, and if you don't have insurance or a medication is too expensive even with your insurance, you can get it for cheaper through GoodRx. The only thing is like it doesn't add to your it doesn't add to your deductible, count towards your out-of-pocket maximum, etc. So a lot of people use GoodRx to afford medication, especially if they don't have insurance or if their insurance sucks. And Trump just set up his own version of GoodRx and called it Trump RX. And he basically negotiated, instead of he used the IRA, which empowered him to negotiate down prices on behalf of Medicare and Medicaid recipients, basically, America, on behalf of America, and basically gave them a sweetheart deal on those prices. And said, I will give you a sweetheart deal on these prices, drop tariffs against you, and I will make it so that no other medications that you make ever have to be lowered based on the Inflation Reduction Act ever again if you agree to this and you let me sell your medication for lower than list price on my website, right? So that's like the start for his thing. So ultimately, if the fewer Americans that have insurance, because the fewer Americans who can afford insurance starting in January, the more Americans there are who are going to be relying on services like GoodRx and now Trump RX. So he just so happens to be the one person who's going to have the cheapest form, still expensive, but the cheapest form of the two most popular medications in America that no one is going to have insurance to cover. And he's
All
just
thanks
going
to
to,
Joe
yeah.
Biden. This is the perfect place for me to jump in. This is all thanks to Joe Biden and the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah.
Because without that, Trump couldn't even negotiate with the industries because of the geez, I'm pretty excited about this. I was just reading about it. It was against the law. Remember the thing I was talking about the other night in
Yeah.
2003, the
The non.
non-negotiation clause?
Yeah.
Until the Anti-Inflation Act, the government nor the president, none of the government officials could negotiate with the drug companies for lowering prices. So without the Joe Biden thing, Trump couldn't have done Trump RX.
Yeah.
It would have been illegal.
Yeah.
So it's all thanks to Joe Biden.
It's all thanks to Joe Biden that Trump has basically fucked over the American population and like used something that was helping Americans. It was helping Americans. The first round went well, and you'll see it in January. 10 of the most
Mr. Cornyn,
of the very, very like, oh, here he is, Cornyn, 60. Cornyn finally came in, 60. Sure, Joe Biden again? I mean, do you not know how, like, laws work, you dumb fuck? Or the auto pen. Pretty sure there's footage of him filming it. But also, who gives a shit? You know, auto pens are legal. Like, it's been found in a court of law that auto pen signatures are legal signatures, right? But there's footage of Biden signing it because it was a historic bill that was going to help millions of Americans, something that I know you Republicans are very unfamiliar with. So he empowered basically the U.S. government and Democrats. Again, this was passed by Democrats, and not a single Republican voted for it, despite the fact that they've been bragging about it ever since, acting as though they did. And Biden signed it into law, and it basically was going to it empowered the government, the administration, to force pharmaceutical companies to lower their prices on expensive drugs.
On this vote, the yeas are 60 and the nays are 40. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn, having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is agreed to.
Host is Big Mad. Yeah, Mr. Classic, because I'm a better person than you. You're just garbage. And you want people to starve, and you want people to go without health care. And I don't, because I'm a good person. So yeah, I'm mad when people like you do things to harm people. That's why I'm going to heaven. And you're not.
Indeed.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Trump doesn't even know who he pardons. Like, talking to hell, fucking, speaking of auto pens.
Which is that now John Cornyn has cast this last final vote. We have hit the 60 vote threshold to overcome the filibuster. This means that this first key procedural step, which we have not seen happen over the course of the last several weeks, they have attempted this multiple times.
I mean, yay and nay. You know what I mean? Yeah, Mr. Classic. Again, I am big mad because I'm a good person and you're not. Yeah. You think that that's like an own? Like, wow, you owned me. You got me. I'm a good person and you're not. Triggered. It sounds like you're triggered by me, like, being here and explaining to people what is fucked up about how terrible Republicans are. Does it upset you that I'm calling out Republicans for being garbage? Are you triggered that we see you for the trash you are? I'm against Trump, obviously, because, like, I'm not an idiot. We did lose, Mr. Classic, which means that everything is Republicans' fault. The shutdown is Republicans' fault. The fact that healthcare subsidies are running out is Republicans' fault. The fact that people's snaps were not going out and Trump was trying to sue to ensure people went hungry, that is Republicans' fault. That is people like yours' fault. Yes, we lost. You won. Groceries are more expensive now. That's your fault. Energy prices are higher now. That's your fault. It's all your fucking fault. Congratulations, you won.
Argued, as you've heard earlier this evening, that the pain was becoming way too much of the shutdown itself, that the Republicans, in their view, were not going to negotiate, and this is the best they were going to get.
It was win-win for Republicans, Lord. Unfortunately, it was lose-lose for Democrats, this whole thing. What do I think of the $2,000 tariff dividend? Ask me when it actually goes out. Let's see when it goes out. Okay. As someone who voted Republican, this is your fault too. No, we fact check here actually. In this case, Money Mags, the reason they caved is because they had no way of winning this, unfortunately. Yeah, exactly. Yes, Kudzu. Yes. He wants people not on insurance. The fewer people there are on insurance, the harder it will be for them to afford their medications, right? And one of the most popular medications in America, 2 of them, Ozempic, Wegovy. And so he basically struck a deal that was going to make them cheaper for like Medicare, Medicaid recipients. He basically made sure that deal like didn't really negotiate on that very much, and instead made them give him the cheapest retail price, basically, so that he's the only like retail price that people can afford, and in exchange agreed to not force them to lower the price of any other medications under the IRA, which would have lowered any other like expensive medications and stuff. Dems had to cave, guys. Eventually, Dems. I'm upset. I'm angry as well, but Dems eventually had to cave. We've got some people requesting. After this, they're going to go. So they passed the procedural vote. The procedural vote passed, so it's going to go on to the actual vote next. The Senate will vote on whether or not to actually pass it. And the House has to also vote on it because they did make some changes. They got some concessions on VA funding and some federal employees being hired back and stuff. They got very small concessions. But, yeah. It is very much a conflict of interest, and I would argue probably illegal, but if no one's there to hold him accountable, he's going to do it anyway. I don't know who these people are requesting up. We've got people in here. Yes,
I'm not getting
Adelita.
the request notifications.
In theory, Adelita Grijalva will get sworn in now. So.
The real question is, are you ready to meet this moment? And I think that is going to be on the mind and on the lips of a lot of elected officials and strategists.
What's going to stop who now? Nothing was stopping, Republicans from anything. That's the thing, right? If we were working, unfortunately, we're operating with people who do not operate in good faith. And again, I don't like defending Democrats. I want to be pushing Democrats to be more progressive and all this shit. At the same time, I have to recognize exactly, I think it's worth understanding like the full picture, and part of that picture is that Democrats are in opposition to people who don't operate in good faith, and unfortunately, like not operating in good faith, like these people want the government destroyed. They want everything that the government does that helps normal people to be destroyed, and they're happy to do it in whatever way. And so when the shutdown was happening, Trump was running around illegally appropriating funds to do things, continue to do harmful things, and no one was stopping him because Republicans don't care to stop him. They want that. They want Trump to destroy everything. So unfortunately, like this, it was always going to happen this way.
Yeah, pretty much. I would like to say this is a big win for the pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah.
That's who the biggest winner is going to be.
Yeah. Pharmaceutical companies are the biggest winners here.
You may be at risk for lung cancer. But with a routine screening, you can detect it early when it's more curable.
They're not more corrupt than the Republicans. I'm happy to talk about, a lot of Democrats, most of them are corrupt. Definitely not more so than Republicans, though. It's the whole fucking problem here. Trump is not going to veto this budget, guys. This is Trump. Trump is demanding that this get passed. And he's going to make millions and millions of dollars if this budget passes. The budget is going to pass. He's going to make millions and millions of dollars, which is why he was not allowing Republicans to cave on it. He wasn't going to allow them to cave on the ACA subsidies. So, a couple days. It'll take a couple days. And yet the Democrats still vote to make sure people get health care and aren't setting up Trump RX. Democrats are not going to be enriched from healthcare subsidies being revoked and stuff. And like the Democrats at the very least want people fed and federal workers paid and for healthcare to be somewhat affordable for Americans. So maybe shut the fuck up, dude. Yeah, Trump has a vested interest in. He just struck a deal. He just announced a deal where Ozempic is going to be sold on his website through Trump RX at retail prices that are not offered anywhere. Basically, he got the most favored nations thing, which means that he will get the cheapest price in America. It's still cheaper elsewhere. It's still cheaper in other countries, mind you. But he's going to get the cheapest price to sell it at in America. And now that no one can afford health care, if they need that medication, they're going to have to pay Trump for it directly. What did I tell you? Millions and millions of dollars, if not billions.
I would guess billions.
Yeah, I'm
Likely.
guessing billions too, yeah. I'm not lying. All of this, you can look it up, Elevator. Trump was literally bragging about this like 2 days ago. Why are you saying I'm lying? He literally he did a whole fucking press conference about this, you dumb fuck. You can look up the White House fact sheet. They're bragging about it. You're just too fucking stupid to realize how much of a grifter he is, even when he brags about it in your stupid fucking face. Trump is personally, yes, he's going to make money on this. We figured this out over the last couple of days. We were crunching all the numbers. You can ask God. He was here for it. You can ask, like, there were hundreds of people in here over the last, 3 days, and we were tracking down every little piece to this, and we figured out the whole fucking scam, every scam, because there's, 5 layers to it. It's TrumpRx.gov.
And then today I found more.
And then we found more.
There's even more.
We found even more, yeah.
I've been working on this all day. There's even more.
Even more than what we found of the VA stuff?
Yeah, like how the non-interference clause from 2003 affects all this, especially if the subsidies for the Obamacare
Yeah.
go away.
Yeah.
Then people have to go through private insurance companies, so they won't get that discount.
Yeah, well, that's what
They'll be
subsidies
paying
are.
more
Yeah.
because they won't be able to. Yeah, they won't be able to pay. They won't be able to get the negotiated prices from the government that the government will be able to negotiate with the drug companies. So they'll be paying more.
Yeah.
Way more.
Way more.
I'm still in the works on that though.
Okay. Send me that. I'm
piecing it together.
Yeah.
But there's been Republicans all along. The non-interference
too,
clause that was under George W. Bush 2003, and then that was all Republican votes, no Dems.
Yeah.
It's
Not
been the
no deals,
Republicans the whole
guys.
time.
Some concessions were made, small ones, but not on ACA, because Republicans, after Trump's deal this week, the ACA was never gonna get any concessions. Republicans were never gonna make concessions. Well, they made a concession That's like basically literally the best concession that Democrats could hope for on the ACA. Following Trump's deal this week, announced this week at least, Republicans, we had this whole realization on this live stream. God, I think you were in here for that moment, right, God? When I was like, holy fuck, they're never going to let the ACA, they're never going to make concessions on ACA. We like had this like mind fucking blown moment of like, that is it. It's done for. And, but basically like, I'll try to find that clip to include it in my video maybe. I mean, it's like we were on live for like 7 to 8 hours every night, like going through all this. But fuck, what was I starting to say? They got the promise of a vote. Yeah, thank you, Broom. The best thing that Dems could hope for after that deal was finalized was the promise of a vote on extending the ACA subsidies. Because even though Republicans will likely vote not to extend the subsidies at the end of January when they got that vote. Is it at the end of January or at the end of December? I don't know. One of those. Even though Republicans will probably vote not to extend them, and if they do, Trump will probably just veto it. At the very least, Democrats can have it be very clear and on record and show that like they are the ones voting to extend subsidies and Republicans are not. Ro Khanna called for Schumer to be replaced. Hell yeah. I like Ro Khanna. I like Ro Khanna. Ro Khanna's cool, guys. You should follow him. He's one of the only, he's like the only, his office reached out to me and was like, like, can we talk to you about what Ro Khanna is up to? And also, can you talk to us about your ideas? And I was like, yeah, here are my ideas. Let me know when Ro Khanna is doing something cool. I like him already. I already followed him and stuff, so. But. About the Costco GLP-1 deal before you talk about Trump's GLP-1 deal. Why? You know that Costco didn't push to have the ACA subsidies end, right? There are companies that have already been working to bring the prices down. Yeah, maybe, Aaron. But I will say Ro is cool in that he's got a little bit more bite to him. Like, he's got a little bit more bite to him, which I appreciate. Like, he's been trolling. He was trolling Republicans nonstop with the Epstein stuff. He's the guy who has brought, like, multiple votes up to release the files. He's been the guy who's been most vocal about releasing the files and, like, the most proactive, at least that I've seen, in bringing, like, votes up. And then following that, he kind of trolls them on Twitter a little bit, which I do like, you know. Well, Hank, the problem is when you say Ro is still largely performative, though. The problem is right now Dems like only have performance. That's like the thing that Dems have right now. Unfortunately, Dems have little to no power. All they can do is be performative in most ways, and there's power to performance. There is a lot of power to performance. In fact, like most of politics is unfortunately about messaging and performance. Unfortunately. So, Kana and Massey co-sponsored the Epstein bill, yeah. Like the problem with like Booker and Schumer, you know, I mean they suck for lots of reasons, and Jeffries also, like fuck them all, but But part of that failure, at least like the minimum they could do is to learn how to meet the moment performance-wise, right? Even though I know, and the problem with Hakeem Jeffries is that's the thing, like he keeps standing up and people are like, okay, what are you doing to fix this? What are you doing to fix this? And all he is like, the only way we can have meaningful legislative change is if Democrats win, get back a majority. That's all we can do. And it's like, yes, that is true. That is true. That is 1000% true. But also we need you like inspiring some level of confidence and like at least putting on a good fucking show. Unfortunately. And the perfect example of this is Newsom, right? People love Gavin Newsom right now. Gavin Newsom has done fuck all. Sorry, but not sorry. Gavin Newsom is not progressive. Gavin Newsom has vetoed a bunch of progressive legislation in California. Gavin Newsom is a centrist fucking wet ass blanket, just like the other guy. Gavin Newsom is talking about how he's excited, like how he thinks Hakeem Jeffries is the leader and everything that we need is for Hakeem Jeffries to be majority leader. Gavin Newsom has struck a fucking deal with the likes of Schumer and Newsom to basically like run, like they are all of the same cloth, but people are losing their shit thinking that Newsom is fighting for them because he has a press office that was given permission to go out and put on a good show. That is why people think that Newsom is out there fighting for them. And like, oh, and to be fair, I'm going to give him credit on the gerrymandering thing, right? Absolute full credit on the gerrymandering thing for sure. But people thought he was fighting for them before that even came up, right? And like the gerrymandering thing is important, and we need more Dems who are in that position to do the gerrymandering thing, absolutely. But also, the reason people started being like, yeah, Newsom, is literally because he was putting on a good show. And that's good. That's important, right? That is important. 1,000% important. But like, you know. Yeah, right? Lost in art. I mean, Tuk, I would prefer gerrymandering to be illegal, period. But you're mad that if Texas is going to go ahead and gerrymander, that Democrats are going to be like, okay, fine. You're mad. You don't get to be mad. That's the funny thing. You don't get to be mad. You literally fucking started it. You expect us to be like, no, don't, and then not meet you where you're at? You're showing up with a fucking gun, and you expect us to keep showing up with knives? Shut the fuck up, dude. That's the problem. It's not a double standard. No, Tuk, the double standard is you acting outraged that Democrats are like, fine, if the only thing you're gonna let us do to combat this is do exactly what you're doing, and you're like, oh, okay, so now it's okay. That's a fucking double standard, because you weren't pissed when Texas did it. We were pissed when Texas did it, right? And we've always been pissed. You weren't pissed when Texas did it. I'm happy to have California be ungerrymandered as soon as Texas is ungerrymandered. But you just want California to be ungerrymandered, and you're perfectly fine with Texas being gerrymandered. So you're the one with the double standard here. Shut the fuck up. No one is falling for your bullshit, dude. Yeah, most of the uninformed public just want to feel like their politicians give a fuck. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Democrats have no power right now. They have very little to no power right now. Most of the power they have is unfortunately performative. But that performative power, is important. There is absolute important power to utilizing that responsibly and effectively. And most of them, unfortunately, are not. Yeah, and at least the people of California were given a choice. The people of California voted. The population of California voted to be gerrymandered, 65%. So but Texas wasn't. Texas was not given the chance to vote. Can you imagine? You know that there's more Democrats in Texas than Republicans, right? But of course, Texas would never, ever put it to a vote because Texas doesn't care about democracy. It doesn't care about what the people want. It's not wrong, Jason. There's more registered Democrats. It doesn't matter in a republic. You can't vote away someone else's rights. In fact, you can very much vote away other people's rights in republics. I don't know what gave you that. Laws can very much take away rights, and you can vote for representatives to take away laws, but you can also vote for referendums and proposals and stuff that take away certain rights. I'm sorry, do you understand how anything works?
It's almost as if laws exist to give people rights
And to take rights away, literally.
and to take rights away.
You don't have a right
That's what they are.
to unalive someone because a law has taken away that right from you. Period.
Bill goes through, the bill ultimately passes through the Senate and then goes through several
Yes, they caved because
the House as well. What happens January 3rd?
exactly, Kat.
What's to keep us from being in the same position?
That was never a right. Yeah, it was. Justin, what do you think determines a right?
Republicans may have learned
What do you think determines a right?
maximum pain
A republic can never vote to take away a right. How about you? What is a right in a republic? What determines what a right is?
how much this encourages more hostage taking, particularly
This wasn't Schumer's work, Ms. Ropa. But yeah, fuck Schumer. I don't like Schumer anyway.
concessions this time around.
Yes, it still has to be signed by Trump.
To change the dynamic next time around.
Well, your question touches on my big fear.
Everything in the Constitution, okay. So the Constitution is specifically for this country, Justin. And the Constitution says nothing about, if I'm not mistaken, I guess the Constitution says rights at what, like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Sure, but you know that laws allow for capital punishment, right? Are you pro capital punishment? Do you like the death penalty?
Actually take effect January 1. The Medicare provider cuts that everyone seems to have forgotten over the course of this. Medicare provider cuts.
The Constitution doesn't say it's illegal to murder anyone, by the way, like specifically, but sure, a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? Liberty also. Do you believe in people being put in prison?
Congressman Brendan Boyle, thank you. We're going to sneak in a quick
Oh,
break while the Senate
wait, no,
takes
sorry.
the first steps to potentially end this government shutdown. This is the weekend prime time.
Scared him off with logic.
It matters that there's someone who knows you and knows
What's my point? Someone said that you, in a republic, you can't vote to take away a right, and I said you quite literally can. And we explained how laws work, and referendums, and ballot proposals.
getting your flu shot matters. And getting it at CVS matters too.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, so I only pay for what I need.
Well, it still has to be, so the procedural vote just passed. It still has to get voted on to actually pass in the Senate. And then, yeah, slavery was allowed, which definitely took away rights. Yeah.
Put them in check with Revoke. Revoke works differently and it's a once daily pill.
Well, we were just saying, we were just using the example of like, you know that a law takes away, a law that says you're not allowed to kill people
Clerk will read the title
takes
of the
away
bill
your
for
right
the
to
first
do
time.
that.
He had those Jim Crow laws and stuff, so they took away people's rights.
Funds for pay and
There's
allowances
been lots of
for
times.
federal employees and so forth
Every
and
law
for other purposes.
takes away a right, generally.
President, I now ask for a second reading.
By
In order to
definition.
place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objections heard. Bill will be read for a second time in the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 11 a.m. on Monday, November the 10th. Following the prayer and pledge, the general proceedings be approved today. The morning hour be deemed expired. The time for the two leaders be reserved for the use later in the day. And the Senate resume consideration of the motion to proceed to calendar number 168, H.R. 5371, post-cloture. Finally, that all time during recess, adjournment, morning business, and leader remarks count
Because
post-closure
the
on the motion to
right,
proceed.
you know, being conservative is literally
Without
about going
objection, so ordered.
backwards.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come
Progressives
before
are
the Senate, I
about
ask that it stand
progressing
adjourned in the
forward.
previous order.
Being conservative is about
Senate
like
stands adjourned until
conserving the
11
way
a.m. tomorrow.
things used to be in the past and moving backwards. Those are crimes against humanity, Quest. Just because he can legally, firstly, he can't. It's questionable about whether or not he has the power to just do strikes, like according to U.S. law. But even if a U.S. law allows a president to do something, that doesn't inherently make it not a crime against humanity. You just don't know how basic things work. Yeah, Quest Core. It is. And also, I don't know, like, so if you believe, you believe in the death penalty for just people who peddle, like, substances? Because I know a lot of Republicans just peddle in illegal substances. So are you saying that now the next president can just unalive any American, any Republican that happens to be, that is suspected of? Here's the thing, right? Because, like, there also wasn't any sort of trial or proof or anything. Just the president claimed, oh, yeah, well, they were dealing in illegal substances. Therefore, I did this. So can the next president, who's a Democrat, do that to anyone that they accuse of doing that? If so, I've got a list of people. You know what I mean? Or is that, like, bad? It's not a straw man argument. That's how laws work. Dumb fuck. So if it's cool for a president to do that, Justin, the next president can do it to you. And the rest of us will cheer.
This is important when Republicans control every branch of government. The agreement reinstates thousands of fired federal workers and provides back pay to more than 1 million others. It advances 3
Yeah, you still have to. It's still not a capital crime, Quest. It's still not a capital crime, and also you still have to prove it was a crime that was being committed and that those people committed that crime. And then we have laws that say what the actual consequences are for that crime if you can prove it. Capital punishment is not the punishment for that crime. But again, if you believe that a president is allowed to do that to anyone that he claims, that he accuses of smuggling substances without having to prove it in a court of law, then cool. Next president, next Democrat president will be able to say that about anyone they like, including you. Or do you maybe think it's a good idea that we still hold up due process? Maybe, just to be safe. I know you don't care about other people, but maybe you should care about yourself a little. You know what I mean? And I think you're a T organization, TB. I think MAGA is, right? Don't you see the problem with that argument? You don't see the problem with that argument. Okay. I think you are a T. So if the next president views you as a T, you are arguing that the next president can do that to you. Zero due process. Cool. All right. No, I believe in due process, Quest. I do believe in cracking down on it, but I also believe in due process. And I also believe in not letting a president just claim that someone is something and then letting them kill that person. Because again, that could be done to whoever. How are you this stupid? How are you people this fucking stupid, dude? The next, like, anything that you allow Trump to do to other people could be done to you by the next president. Do you not realize that? Trump is claiming something about people and being like, oh, I'm allowed to unalive them. Zero trial, zero proof, just because I claim that they were doing something. The next president can do the exact same thing to you. To you. They can say, oh, well, I chose to unalive you because you were doing something illegal and I didn't have to prove it. I don't have to show it. Just trust me, bro. You really don't, you're too fucking stupid to think of your own, like, self-preservation in that context.
To working on the issue of the ACA premium tax credits and preserving access to health care for millions of Americans. The question before us is how's the best way to get there? And it was our judgment after 6 weeks.
Oh, Quest Core is calling me delusional because they know I'm right. Cool. I'm looking forward to you being on the next one. You know what I mean? The next list. Cool. Whatever, dude.
When the majority leader put forward a proposal that was pretty simple, straightforward, 1-year extension of the tax credits, it was met with universal opposition in the Republican caucus.
Justin, you still don't understand? Firstly, the Constitution protects my ability, my right to make videos. But you claim that Republicans cannot vote to take away rights. And that is literally what laws do. Laws take away rights. They say you do not have a right to do X, Y, Z. So, for example, you do not, even though in the Constitution it doesn't say that it's unconstitutional to rob someone. You, because of a law that says robbing is illegal, you do not have a right to rob someone. It's very simple.
You don't even have a right to drive a car down the road without a license.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty basic and simple, easy to understand.
You can't make a law to take away, not in this country, Justin, because the Constitution in this country literally grants me the right to make videos. Now, if you changed the Constitution and it said that there was no right to free speech, technically, sure, yeah, you could make a law that prevented it. But in this republic, you absolutely cannot make a law that takes away my right to make a video because it is guaranteed. It is a right guaranteed under the Constitution, protected under the Constitution. But you can take away a lot of other rights, and in fact, you have. There's a lot of rights that people do not have in this country. You do not have a right, like I said, to rob people because there is a law in this republic that says don't fucking rob people. How? Oh, okay, Justin is just fucking stupid. It's been explained to you in the most simplest of terms. If you still don't understand it, you're just fucking stupid. Look, you have a right to be stupid. Like, oh, thank you, Aaron. I've never apologized for Schumer, dumb fuck. Why do you guys listen? If you want to be mad at me for something that I have said, go for it. But why the fuck claim that I'm saying things I'm not? God, like that's how you reveal yourself as just being like chaos agents. LMAO, this chick. Yeah, I understand rights. Justin, how do you not understand rights? So I have a right to take everything you own? Is that what you're saying? Do I have a right to do that, Justin? You know what's funny? Do you think you have a right to comment on my videos? Because I could also just mute you or block you or whatever. I know, you can't use facts to argue with the ignorant, correct?
Agreement tonight is a win for the American people. And it's a win for those people that are so insistent that I'm hearing.
Correct. I don't have the right to take away. Well, here's the thing, Justin, but the country does, right? The Republic has the right to take away someone's vote.
Is there a guarantee it will pass? No. Is it a guarantee it will pass?
Like felons.
There is actually some very strong interest in the House.
You walked right into that one. So yes, even though everyone has a right to vote, felons don't, and that is taken away by a law passed in this republic. It depends on the state, sure, but yep. Thanks for proving my point. That was easy.
Yeah, that basically done it itself.
That was easy. We should have started there.
While you have someone in here and your computer hooked up to display on the screen, maybe go ahead and pull up the non-interference clause so they can look at that, so they can understand why drug prices were so high to start with and how Biden was making those cheaper, and then Trump took advantage of that. So they could claim it for his own.
Non-interference clause.
Mm-hmm. It's really neat how it ties into all the rest of the stuff we've been looking at.
Yeah.
The implications that letting the ACA, expire. I haven't even had a chance to think it all through how all this ties together and how it will be affected on account of the ACA thing now.
It was a Republican/Trump shutdown.
If you Trumpy supporters can read that back there, you can see that Trump RX couldn't have been a thing without the Joe Biden thing. Trump just can't do anything by himself.
By preventing the government from interfering in negotiations among insurance, drug manufacturers, and pharmacies. Oh, yep. Repealing this clause to allow, yeah. This have a negligible effect on federal spending. That's funny. Well, I guess, yeah, just repealing it wouldn't, but... Non-interference said may not interfere with the negotiations. manufacturers and pharmacies and sponsors, and may not require a particular formulary or institute a price structure for the reimbursement of a covered party. Well, so yeah, I mean the rescinding this or overturning this was the first step to introducing the IRA thing.
Yeah, and Trump already tried to executive order his way around this repeatedly the last time he was president, and it wouldn't work.
Oh, really?
Couldn't make it work.
What executive
Yep.
orders?
Oh snap! I can't remember. Like I said, I was looking at this, and then I seen you were live, so I jumped on because I was pretty excited about it, and I had a chance to look into it very far. So none of that would have been possible without the Joe Biden thing.
What's the vibe via cross-platform stream politics to Twitch and YouTube? What's the vibe via YouTube and TikTok? What do you mean the vibe via YouTube and TikTok? Your friend doesn't like helping fellow Americans with jobs. That tracks with the rest of your comments. I don't know what you're talking about, Gnarly. The irony of what? We're just following up on the research we were doing for the past 3 nights where we found the scam that Trump is running and why Trump was never going to let the ACA subsidies be extended. I'm going to make a whole video about this soon. I might do it. I might make it tonight, depending on. What does this mean? We're just checking a thing. Sorry, but I do want to find. If you can send me the executive order numbers, God, I'll try to incorporate those in my video.
Yeah, I'll get right back on that.
Okay, cool.
In fact, I'm probably going to jump down and go look all that stuff up because
Yeah.
it's a lot of more rabbit holes.
Yeah. But guess what? My mom gave me yes, of course. I had to ask my mom for special permission. I'm going to tell my mom to come in here to watch. Well, I'm live now. If it's my birthday on Tuesday, want to watch me unwrap it. Let's see. It's Tuesday's my birthday. My mom sent me a gift, and it got here today. And I opened the box that it came in, and I called her to thank her, and she's like, "Well, you didn't." She made this. She was like, "Oh, but you don't know what it is, do you?" I knew what it was. We were literally talking about it on here, and I told her what I wanted, and she's like, "I bet you know." Well, don't open it yet. You bet you don't know what it is. You'll be so surprised. Just a joke. And are we fascists? No. I am not a Republican. So, yeah, I was like, well, okay, I opened it. I'm sorry, but I can wrap it again. And I asked her for permission. I was like, can I use it before my birthday? And she was like, no, of course not. Define fascist. Rywis, how about you define fascist? I'm not in Barcelona. But yeah, with people in the Middle East getting Medicaid, they're not getting Medicaid. What is this? God, have you heard this fucking bullshit claim? People in the Middle East getting Medicaid? What? We cannot be sympathetic to Trump supporters. Trump supporters are terrible people and stupid and destroyed this country. And I have no sympathy for them. If they want to basically acknowledge that they did a horrible thing and then work to undo all the harm that they did, sure, then we can talk. But while they continue to be who they are, I don't have to give them anything. Except for this. That's all I got to give them. Like that. Oh, that's what you're talking about? Yeah, no, it's fucked up. We should not be giving Israel money. Israel can go, they can go pay for their own fucking healthcare. They're getting more than Medicaid. They have universal health care, dude. They have universal health care. See all the liberal hate? Yeah, I'm allowed to hate you, Timothy. You hate people just because of the color of their skin. I'm allowed to hate you. You do terrible things, I'm allowed to hate you. You hate liberals just for being liberals. Literally. Liberals never did anything bad to you. Not a single fucking thing. Liberals feed Americans. They try to make healthcare affordable for Americans. They did like every little thing in your life that is halfway decent is thanks to liberals. The fact that you like have at least minimum wage, liberals. And I'm allowed to hate you for being terrible. So, wah, wah. A few Dems caved, yeah, but it was a matter of time. We figured it out a few days ago. We figured out why Republicans were never gonna cave on the videos. Civil rights, yeah, thank you. Civil rights. Clean water and air, thank you. If you have a day off, thank a liberal. Yeah, thank a liberal. Also, you know what's funny? I've been meaning to make a video about this. Don't steal this. But I found research. Liberals on average are, and this is going to sound fat shaming. It's not. But this is science. Liberals on average have lower rates of obesity than conservatives. And a study just came out that overweight men in general feel more insecure about their size, their manhood size, let's just call it. And there is a correlation that explains why Protestant men in general are less satisfied with their size. And they believe it's because of the rates of obesity among Protestants compared to other religions. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. I wonder what the rates of obesity are among conservatives versus liberals. Conservatives and MAGA Republicans have higher rates of obesity, meaning that we are all correct. They are all far more, on average, statistically insecure about the size of their manhood than Democrats are. Just saying. How much do I weigh? You think you're gonna upset me by asking me? You think you can make me feel badly about what I look like? Man, I'm a woman, dude. No man will ever successfully make me feel worse about my body than I have already. And I'm fucking hot to trot, dude. I am super hot. This is the problem. This is the problem with you. You don't realize how hot I am. Yeah, women don't get upset about I mean, you shouldn't say this. You shouldn't say this to women in general, but like, I deal with enough MAGA. I know who's more insecure, you or me. I have moments of insecurity. I feel insecure all the time. For sure. Do I always love my body? No. But do I know, like, the more MAGA try to call me ugly, the more I'm like, no, but I actually know I'm hot. So I actually appreciate it. Like, nothing makes me feel hotter than MAGA raging out and trying to make me feel ugly. Honestly, truly. I never feel more beautiful because it's actually, it's the one time where I'm like, I actually know. I actually know the truth, dude. Do I feel insecure when I go to a family event and I'm the only near middle-aged single lady? No, I don't. I'm not single, but if I were, I would absolutely not feel insecure. Didn't you guys see that article that came out recently that is like, having a boyfriend is embarrassing nowadays? It kind of is. And I'm only with my boyfriend, like truly, I am only with my boyfriend because he like measurably makes my life better. And my life would be awesome without him anyway. You know what I mean? My life would be awesome without my boyfriend. So he has to be fucking phenomenal for me to put up with having a man in my life. I'm just going to say that. I'm just going to put that out there. My life is amazing. I don't need him. I want him. So, sorry.
Get a response to say it isn't working. In other words, it's been 6 weeks. There's been the Republicans made it clear they weren't going to
An actual question, since the DNC is not going to field candidates to Schumer, Jeffries et al., what groups like Emily's can help field good candidates to oust them? DSA. DSA is pretty good. Easy Tiger. Philippe just texted my feller. I knew he was in here. Just texted Easy Tiger.
as I assessed it,
I'm sorry, Philippe. I'm definitely using you to make MAGA mad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I don't know, 50-50? There's a lot better chance now than there was this morning because nothing was happening and there was no evidence that another week or another 2
Exactly,
weeks
Kat.
or Thanksgiving or Christmas was suddenly
What do I weigh, Flabo?
come to us and say,
What do you think I weigh?
we want to now talk
Here's the thing. I know how much I weigh, regardless of what, like, you asking me or not. Actually, I mean, I haven't checked in a while. So the more insulting thing, if you're trying to insult me by suggesting that I am overweight and assuming that that's an insult, Rywis, the more insulting thing would be to assume that I weigh a certain amount. You know what I mean? Try to call me some weight. Asking me how much I weigh doesn't do anything. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? You bet I'm 5'6" and over 150. Okay. Yep. No, I wasn't insulting people for being overweight. I was saying that science shows that overweight men, on average, are more insecure about their manhood size. I'm not saying that's fine. That's not an insult. That is just, statistically speaking, research was done, and men who are overweight or obese are statistically more likely to be insecure with their manhood size. And it just so happens that a larger percentage of Republicans and MAGA are overweight. None of that is an insult. It's just the truth. So, and I don't know what any of that has to do with, like, my weight, you know? I know. That's the funny thing too is Rose said, like, said that is trying to call me overweight because he's trying to insult me with that, trying to act as though that's an insult. And he said, I bet you're 5'6" and 150. And if I'm not mistaken, that is a perfectly healthy weight, if not possibly thin, which is funny, and that tracks because that shows that, like, you know, Rivas doesn't know shit. Like, he knows, either he knows exactly what that height and weight looks like, in which case he knows, like, that I'm thinner or whatever. He's looking at me and being like, I think you're 5'6", 150, which is a perfectly healthy weight. Or he has no idea. I don't know, you know. So he's just trying to ask me my weight to make me feel insecure. I don't fucking know. No, actually, it's overweight. Okay. Let's look it up. Okay. How much do you weigh? 5'6", 150 pounds, female, BMI. 30. Wait. To calculate, use the. I don't want the formula. Let me see. BMI chart. Let's see. 5'6". Here we go. What? Oh, that is overweight. No, it isn't. Wait. No, it's not. 5'6", 24. Healthy weight. 150 at 5'6" is a healthy weight. 24. So, oops. Oh no, it's not turning on. Here we go. Bing. Not for nothing, band. It's not overweight. Look, it's right there. 5'6" over here to 150, 24. If it's blue, it's a healthy weight.
Providing any commitment
So,
or even a willingness to vote or a willingness to discuss extending the premium tax credits. We have
sorry.
an opportunity to do that now, and we will hold their feet to the fire.
Oh, I can't see those. They get filtered on my multi-chat happieth. I can't see those messages. But of course he's a fucking white nationalist. You know what's funny about white nationalists? Usually it's because you're so insecure about every other aspect about yourself. You know you have no value to add, that you have to invent value and tell yourself you have value based on something you were born as, because you're otherwise completely fucking worthless. That's the only reason people end up being white nationalists. What I just said, Trent, white nationalism is a problem, and you're all just a bunch of racist, insecure pieces of shit who are worthless, and you know it, so you had to make up a reason to feel good about yourselves.
No. When I talk to my constituents in New Hampshire, you know what they say to me? They say, why can't you all just...
It's the same reason why so many people on the right, that's my whole point about like the study showing that people on the right are generally likely to be more insecure about the size of their manhood because of their rates of obesity. Your entire ideology is always based on your own insecurities. Like right-wing ideology, you know, racism and stuff, all of that comes from insecurities and the need to convince yourself you have something of value to offer the world. And obviously it can't be anything like real. So you gotta come up with dumb excuses like, well, I was born better, because nothing you've ever done makes you better, obviously. Nothing about who you are as a person makes you better, obviously. So you just gotta tell yourself that you were born inherently better. You very obviously are, Rios. Keep coping, sad cat lady. Yes, I'm so sad. I wish I could have cats. Unfortunately, I'm allergic to cats. But my boyfriend has cats. And that's why I date him. I literally date him for the cats. How's that? He's going to listen. He's going to text me and be like, imagine needing ultra powerful microscope to find perceived self-value, literally. What's wrong with cats? I wish I could be a cat lady. I really do. I grew up like clockwork. Philippe texted. There. Oh, can you read that? Oh, and you see my cat there. Oh no! My cat goes woof, woof. Supposedly my cousin is in here. What cousin? Where's my cousin? Alejandro. I don't have a cousin named Alejandro. I don't have a cousin named Alejandro. Oh, unless it's someone with the last name Perez. Sometimes people say that. Sometimes people be like, we're cousins. Have you considered reptiles? I don't know what that's in reference to. But, yeah, we were talking about what? Is someone asking a question? The thing about pets looking like their owners? Thank you. What up, cuz? Edgar? No, I also don't have a cousin named Edgar. Good, nice try. You just gonna drop every fucking Spanish name you can think of? So the reason they caved is because they had nothing left to do but cave at this point. I'm upset. I'm upset because, but I also, it got to the point where this was going to happen. We figured it out. We figured it out a couple days ago. Better clear off those bookshelves. Why? Yeah, Becky. Theoretically, now they have to. Oh, thank you, Philippe. Melinda. They did actually. You're misinformed. Dems voted the procedural vote so now it's basically going to a vote, and Republicans have enough votes to pass it. They just needed 60 to get past the filibuster. I don't know why you're like misinforming people. Yeah, Melinda, that's the only thing they could cave on. That's what they had that they were able to cave on. The only power they had was the procedural vote. Sort of misunderstood. The problem is, like, we figured it out. Wow, it took you that long. You don't know what I'm talking about, Jason. Good luck keeping hospitals open now. Yeah, I mean, well, that's because Republicans, that Republicans basically made all those cuts to Medicare and Medicaid in the big, beautiful bill. And so, like, a bunch of rural hospitals in MAGA areas are closing. Uh-oh. Sure sounds a lot like natural fucking selection's about to happen. We try. The problem, the unfortunate thing about being on the left is that, like, every single thing that you're doing is trying to save stupid people from themselves. And, like, so, like, everything you want to do is going to help people, but then, like, ultimately they keep trying to hurt everyone, including themselves. And so then when they hurt themselves, you're like, well, fundamentally, I'm against anyone being hurt by this sort of thing. But also, like, I tried to fucking save you. When do I give up on you? I think it's fucked up that rural hospitals are closing because of the cuts to Medicare and Medicaid that you fucks made. But also the fact that it's happening in MAGA areas, we tried to help you. I tried to make it so that you people would still have a hospital nearby. You didn't want it, so. Uh-oh. How can we save ourselves from the stupid people we save? Unfortunately, we can't, dude. Like, I mean, yes and no, right? What we can do is help each other more, which sucks, right? It sucks that they basically create a situation in which we have to, and this is how the cycle goes, right? They create a situation. Republicans want people more desperate in general. Because the more desperate people are, the more likely they are to engage in in-group and out-group sort of choices and dynamics. Because when you have a limited amount of resources, you have to choose who to give those resources to. And so you have to, like, you're going to naturally fall into more just, like, resource-guardy kind of patterns where you can't just help anyone. You have to, like, figure out what your line is, what types of people you're willing to help. And the more in-group, out-group sort of dynamics you have going, that's the more hate you have. You have, like, that's like those dynamics are what leads to fascism. That is fascism, but the more fascism pushes people to have to make difficult choices, like, the more the fascism feeds itself in a way. And that's the same for racism, like every form of hate. That's what it is. It's fueled by that, by a fear of giving people resources when you don't have enough to go around. And unfortunately, like, well, your inability to understand basic concepts is not my problem, Jason. I mean, you did make it everyone's problem by voting, but you don't give a fuck about these maggots. You want the country fixed for the rest of us. Yeah, I know. That's the weird thing, right? That's the the ironic thing. Okay, Jonathan, how about you give me a call when you actually get that 2K bill? You know that Trump himself can't just send out checks, right? That's not how that works. The fact that you think, you know that Trump just put his name on a check during the pandemic that Congress voted to send out. Democrats in Congress voted to send out. He just put his fucking name on it, right? You know that, right? I mean, I know you don't know that. You obviously don't fucking know that. But how about this? Give me a call when you actually get that check. How's that? Yeah, you'll get it right after those 2 Provis Doge checks. What did you spend your Doge check on? I bought myself a car with mine. Oh, all right, so you were being sarcastic, Jonathan? Sorry, we had people in here literally thinking that $2,000 were going out to people. They actually believe it. You got to be careful with that shit, Jonathan. I bought a car with my Doge check, and then I bought... What did I buy? What would piss them off the most? I got my nails done. And then I bought groceries with... I bought... whatchamacallit? Ingredients to make cupcakes with my Snap. And then I went to the hospital to get a whole bunch of healthcare, unnecessary healthcare, because that's how that works. I was perfectly healthy, and then I had my free Medicaid pay for all this unnecessary healthcare, because I go to hospitals for fun. I got surgery for fun. I got a lung transplant just for the hoots. And then I said, "Hey doc, while you're in there, toss in a little extra spleen action while you're at it." Boy, that was my favorite weekend of all time. And then I helped the illegals. Yeah. You bought 2K worth of Twinkies. Yeah. And then with the car that I bought, which was an electric non-Tesla car. It was an electric Chinese car, actually, that I bought with my Doge check. I drove all around the country and didn't spend a single dollar on gas. So I was like, I don't need you to drill, baby, drill. I donated it to Antifa. Yeah, then after I got bored with the first car, I gifted that first car to Antifa, and I said, "Here you go, buddies." And then I bought a second car with my Doge check, with my second Doge check. And yeah, did the battery catch fire? Nope. It's not a Tesla. Made it rain for the drag queens. Yeah, I made it rain for the dolls. It's funny, yeah, right? Like, oh, not Chinese. You didn't buy Chinese. Oh, so I suppose you didn't buy a MAGA hat, did you? I keyed a classic muscle car. Lord. And then uh-huh.
please, because he's got the House Freedom Caucus, right?
Wording is interim final rule says blah blah blah.
But I do think there will be an
Damn. Nicely spotted, God. Nicely spotted.
Even members of Congress, Congresswoman Becky Balin said you'd have to be a fool to believe that Mike Johnson is going to allow that to happen.
Nicely spotted.
At the end of the day, Republicans know that this healthcare issue is potent, it's dangerous.
But when was the first thing passed?
So I think the pressure isn't only going to be coming from Democrats, but also from Republican members in swing districts who are worried about the 2026 midterms.
Former Congressman Carlos Corbello, thank you so much for joining us. We've got another hour of breaking
When was the
news
first one?
coming up
I'm not seeing the first attempt at it.
If you have heart disease and struggle with LDL-C, hair shedding, it's so much more than what you see on the outside.
Let me look up MFM rule.
Reflection of your work stress, aging, nutrition, everything that's going on in your life. So if you want to grow thicker, fuller hair, you have to start with what you don't see. At Nutrafol, we take a whole body approach, targeting key from within, so you can see thicker, stronger
Where'd he go from here?
3 to 6 months.
We should donate our Doge checks to primary Chuck Schumer. Hell yeah. We should. Donate your Doge check to Mom Donnie. Oh no. Oh no. I used my Doge check to short Tesla. Right before the drop.
From the struggle to breathe, getting stuck
That was published by CMS, and yeah. It was going to take effect January 2021. But that was CMS that did it, not even himself. Oh, here. Executive order.
Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of
Oh, no, this is different. Here. Executive order.
doctor if worsening breathing, chest.
No, this is the 2025 one. Did he issue? Because I don't know if that was even like Trump's thing, because it would have taken place under Biden.
all day and night.
The Lumify effect. One drop dramatically reduces redness for brighter, whiter-looking eyes that make you go.
Shakira law. Shakira. La 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 la. La 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 la. Silence kill. I'm stay at the stairs. La vida, mi vida. Quiero con something contigo. I don't remember the fucking lyrics. Shakira.
There's only one thing that feels better than being a winner. Winning on dealdash.com. New iPads for $6, new trucks for $6,000,
Oh wait, so I got permission from my mom to open my birthday gift early. I already opened it, so I rewrapped it. I texted her to see if she wanted to watch me unwrap it on the live, but so the House already voted. The reason it has to go back to the House is because they made changes to it. Who went across the board in the country on Tuesday? Democrats. Senators flipping are not listening to Schumer. Is that true? Yes and no. Yes and no. Yes and no. I mean, listen, publicly, yes, Schumer gave a speech. Schumer spoke on the floor before the vote and stuff and was like, don't do this, right? He was like, don't fucking do it. And the Democrats that didn't, like, a couple of them are basically like Fetterman, you know, they're basically Republicans who pretended to be Democrats. And then a couple more were always like, well, my issues it was for federal workers, right? They're like they haven't been the ones kind of speaking out on behalf of the ACA. They've always specifically been like, my issue is federal workers. Like one of the guys in Virginia, because Virginia has like, I think it's the state with the most federal workers in it. It's one of the states with one of the most federal workers. But beyond that, you know, it's always possible that like basically the agreement was that publicly Schumer was going to be like, no, don't do it, and certain Dems had to do it, would like fall on that sword. Either way, this was the only way it was going to end. Whether now, like, the question was when. Republicans were never, ever going to make a concession on the ACA subsidies. So it was either going to keep going as a shutdown where we would still not get ACA subsidies, and we would also not have SNAP, and we'd also have basically Medicare, Medicaid, going, you know, with less and less Monday, all that stuff. Yeah, the R's let it go on this long. The R's were ready for... No one's been banned. Will I make a Philippe come over button? Sure. What would the button do, though? Should it send you a text immediately that says, Philippe, come over? That would be fun. That'd be fun. But I don't know how to I don't know that I can set that up, really. Not on my laptop. Do you want to come over? I hope not, Nicolette. What's hilarious, Neely? You don't think Dems won across the board on Tuesday? I'm gonna do one button, and all the credit goes to Pickles. I was on his live. I mean, I think he said that he saw someone else do it at one point, but I'm giving all the credit to Pickles. If you don't watch him, you should. Pickles GG, I think it is. Exactly, Jonathan. Not until I press the button. Boop. How's that? Thank you, Shelby. Volunteer for Fetterman saying he was threatened with his partner's deportation. Fucking Fetterman has been voting with Republicans since the beginning of, like, since he had a stroke. So yeah, so Pickles does this thing, and I asked him when I saw it. I was like on his live a few months ago, and he did it, and I was like, holy shit, can I steal that? And he was like, yeah. So I don't know if it was his idea, but he has a button that like zooms in on his face when he's like, when someone says something stupid. Oh God. So, anyway, this nutcase still on? Hell yeah, Cosmo. Oh God, it's midnight. Lord, should we open my mom's present to me early? I gotta set the whole thing up. It's a lot of setting up. Hold on. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for the engagement. Love it. Cosmo is kind of obsessed with me. Cosmo's a little maggot that's fucking obsessed with me. It's okay. We let him hang out and yell into the void. We like the engagement. It's fine. Should we go? I'm going to go open my gift. Tuesday's my birthday, guys, and Philippe is working, so you guys are throwing me a surprise birthday party. Just FYI. Quick, make plans for it while I go get my present. Yeah, I don't block people who disagree with me, Cosmo.
Democrats will have to show for it at the end of this, if in
I wonder what it is.
at the end of that shutdown.
The thing that I rewrapped for myself. Wow. Who's buying the cake? I don't know. Oh, you're saying in here? You guys have to figure it out. Balloons? Jonathan, think you gotta be smart. You gotta be. So I'm opening this gift early from my mom. Don't look. Okay, I'm not looking. I'm not looking. You guys are on the hook. Tuesday, you're throwing me a surprise birthday party. For everyone who's new here. Oh, wow. 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 What a surprise. My mom's asleep. I wish she was in here to enjoy that moment, though. Wow. Isn't that cool? This is for you guys, by the way. Sort of. Sort of. Oh my God, friend me out. It's a Stream Deck, not a Steam Deck. I know, it's confusing. More than once when I was typing in like Stream Deck to do my research, I typed in Steam Deck. This past Tuesday was the surprise party? Yeah, actually, that's a good point, Chris. Streaming stuffs. Just streaming stuffs. So this is supposed to speed up some of the work because, like, and I was realizing today, the reason I asked her, because she was like, well, like, I guess, you know, if it's really going to speed up your workflow before your birthday, you can open it early. Come on. Oh, there's another sticker. Whoops. And I was like, no, it's fine. Like, it's still going to take me a while to, like, program it and stuff. And, you know, I don't know how much it's going to speed up. Imagine it. And, oh, you're actually jelly? Thanks. It's on sale right now. I can't talk about it because my thing gets flagged when I talk about stuff like that. But I'm just saying. Maybe, maybe not. There is a decrease in the total amount you would have to get it for right now. At the place named, like, BB. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Oh, here's the problem. I have to go spend more money. Shit. I need a wireless mouse and keyboard. I don't have enough ports. Because both my keyboard and my wireless are in this economy? What economy? My gifting account. Oh, yeah. No, I feel weird asking for people to buy me stuff. Don't do that. Dongles for more ports exist. Yeah, I know. I do have dongles, but let's see if one dongle can work. The vertical mouse helps. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I have this mouse that is like this, so I'm not like, you know, moving around like this. It's a gazillion years old. It's also Logitech. Yeah. But also, I will say the gaming mice sometimes this lacks like certain buttons that would help me in other situations, but whatever. Ooh. Damn, Culcro. So many buttons. Philippe, is this the Philippe come over button? I'm gonna press it right now. Boop. Oh my God. I used to game. Now I have no time for it. Oh God. This is gonna be a problem. I'm gonna want to just be fiddling with the buttons constantly. Oh, it's not on. It's true. You're right. You had the same mouse for years? I love it. I got it because I used to be a colorist. Are we cooked? We were always cooked, absent, if that makes you feel better. We were always cooked. The question was just at what temperature, and if we were getting, deep fried or parboiled. Quite frankly.
That's the thing. Then somebody would ask these Democrats, well, then why hold it out in the first place? Why try to do 40 days? Why not just agree to this in the first place? And they didn't agree to it because Republicans are going to take these healthcare subsidies away. That's going to jack up the cost of
Okay, I have a dongle
insurance.
here.
People cannot afford it, and they're going to lose it.
Username, yes and no. I mean, firstly, let's be clear about the specific Democrats that did this, not all of them. And also, some things happened this week that made it that I believe. My theory is that this week it became more clear that Republicans would not, in fact, ever cave on the ACA subsidies. And that's based on the deal that Trump made this week with the pharmacy companies. He is going to make millions, if not billions of dollars himself personally with the ACA subsidies expiring. Well, in the whole time, okay, we won't either, but so the whole time that Dems don't cave, there are still no ACA subsidies, and there's no SNAP, and there's no payment for federal employees. I'm both mad. I am mad, but I'm also like, I just want to recognize. Oh shit! No, the problem is I need USB-C for this. I don't know if I can use. Does anyone? Oh, this is USB 2.0. Okay, so maybe I can do like a normal. No, Schumer didn't cave.
So many of the folks that won got and really felt something in those victories that they're saying, this does feel like a step backward. And one of the things that is
I don't know. Someone probably not. He's too fucking old, unfortunately. I hope so though. We need to elect some Dems that are out for blood, if you ask me. No, user, they're probably not going to lose the midterms. Part of the problem, I think, also is that Republicans know that they're going to lose the midterms, and they just don't care. Like now, it's not that they don't care, but like they have less to lose now, right? They're like, yeah, we're going to fucking lose the midterms, obviously. So like, who gives a fuck? It can't get any worse for us. Like Republicans weren't going to come to the table ever. But yeah, again, it's like I have very mixed emotions on it. I am pissed. At the same time, this was always how it was going to end, eventually. Why would people blame the shutdown on the Dems? That's fucking stupid. Now people will see exactly what Dems were holding out for. People are going to get incredibly expensive healthcare, premiums in 2026, and they will see exactly what Dems were fighting for. And like, wow, congratulations. You won. Now everything sucks because you won.
You use the word head scratcher, and I'm thinking like, I don't understand why they did this. I would have expected if one of these senators was up for re-election in 2026, they're vulnerable. Maybe they're going to either be primary or perhaps they're in a purple state like John Ossoff is in Georgia. But what we're seeing is that these are people who are either retiring, so they shouldn't have had to cave, or they're not up for re-election until 2028, and they're not under any political pressure to go along with the Republicans, and yet they did on their own free will.
Yeah, Laban, depending on where you stand on this move, you can see it in one way or another. On the one hand,
I need Philippe, if you're coming over, can you bring a USB-C to USB-A cable, please? A long one, maybe? Or just like an adapter. I only have an adapter. Yeah, at least now the record's going to show exactly who voted to double, in some cases, triple or quadruple premiums. Yeah, there are recalls. There are tools for recalls. In some, but it depends on the area. No, I know JTS, but also with the shutdown, you were also not going to get Medicaid, like the ACA things. Oh, you don't think you can come? Oh, okay. Fine. You scared him away, chat. I need a longer cable. I need a wireless mouse and keyboard. You depend on Medicare. It's been, yeah. Well, 15 million people are now going to lose Medicaid. But they were going to lose it anyway while the government was shut down.
It wasn't when he first enlisted. It was when he found his first supporter.
Here's the thing. Dems were never going to, or Republicans were never going to cave on the subsidies. The government was either going to stay shut down forever or they were going to eventually pass something without the subsidies extended. We figured that out this week because Trump got his deal in. Why? God damn it. Fuck.
Yes. For the rest of your life.
That would be a good deal. Not be a good deal for anybody. It's a good deal for Jim. He's almost dead.
Rest of my life. Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's a long time for you.
Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe in here I'll have something. Let's try this.
Bravest person I know is my daughter's sister.
My friend Sean, he was in the Air Force.
One of the bravest things he ever did wasn't when he first enlisted.
What do you think? What do you mean Trump is not going to get rid of aid for Americans? Oh, you don't know what was in that bill, Cosmo? And here you are fucking simping for it? Yikes. Uh-oh. That's the funniest thing. It's like people, you idiots, like simp for shit you clearly don't even understand in the most basic of ways. Why would you simp for something if you don't know what's in it? My God. Okay, let's try this cable. And if not, then this cable. He's a regular, yeah. Cosmo, you should read the bill. It's done. That's what the bill does. That's what the bill does. I don't know what else to say. Do you know how to read? You should go read up on the bill. In fact, you can read the bill itself. But I doubt you're capable of understanding what's in it. Trump made a deal with Big Pharma. He basically used what the the Inflation Reduction Act allowed, which was going to be used to make things easier, better for Americans, for Medicare, for Medicaid and stuff. He used that power to basically, and he fucked over Americans, by the way, with the deal he struck, in order to force the Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk to allow him to sell their medications at a most favored nations rate. So he's going to be the cheapest retailer on the market for all these for all these drugs. Which in general, if they don't want to go down on the price on other stuff, they'll up retail as well. And he set up his own GoodRx. And if you know GoodRx is like a way to get cheaper medications without insurance. And so he made this deal using the Inflation Reduction Act that was designed to make it so that like medications were cheaper for Medicare and Medicaid for Americans, like, and the government and stuff, and instead used it to force them to make him their retailer, so that now when when millions of Americans lose their health care, their insurance, because they can't afford it, what are they going to do to use the medications that they rely on? They're going to go to the cheapest possible retailer, which is now going to be Trump RX. Yeah, he's going to make money. You think 2026 is going to be the best economic year for the USA? Why not 2025? Why can't Trump? I thought Trump said he was going to fix the economy like on day one or some shit. Why do we now have to wait 365? Will MAGA even notice the price increase? Oh yeah, they're noticing, JTS. MTG, the whole reason MTG is freaking out now is, and all of a sudden she's pretending to care about healthcare, is because her own healthcare went up. Her own fucking insurance costs went up. Oh, now it takes time, Cosmo? Now it takes time, but you don't understand that when Trump is in office. Oh, fuck. Jesus. I still need wireless. Okay. Woo! Oh, but Philippe said we're not going to be. I got it on, so now I would press the Philippe come over button. Boop. But he said he can't because he's working. Uh-oh, frozen. Sorry. Oh, shoot. Because I'm stupid. Sugar. Sorry. I unplugged the camera. Because my mouse... Sorry. Because my mouse... Do I think Republicans will fix the healthcare? No. Maybe I can try this. Hold on. It still doesn't work.
Children who are losing the benefits on SNAP, they are now going to get that extended for a year. And same with WIC. They now have fiscal funding for the entire year if the Republicans follow through on their promise. And so they had to make a choice between the sick children and the hungry children, and that's the choice they made.
And that was going to happen regardless whenever this shutdown ended, period.
You know what? I can do this. This is what I can do. You can hear me now, right?
No one wants this shutdown. This is the longest government shutdown. People are really hurting. The Republicans run the entire federal government. Democrats were making great hay getting that point across. I just so worry again. I go back to this moment.
Sorry.
And by the way, it's utterly bonkers that at this point, any Democrat trusts any Republican to negotiate anything in good faith. And anything Trump signs, Trump will decide what money he spends or doesn't spend. Why would Democrats even want to go down
hell? Why aren't you? Oh, because that's a fucking. Whoopsie daisy. Ugh. Can I plug in here, maybe? Maybe plug in here. Sorry, we're trying to figure out. Oh, God, Jess. I'm sorry. I hope that's not true. God, my dog is farting under me. That is some stinky farts, Riz. Those are some stinky toots. You okay, Riz? Yeah, you're there. Okay. You ate all your food. That's good. It's time for your medication also. Okay. Oh, God. I'm sorry, Jess. You're a bad person, Cosmo. And my viewers are all good people. And good people don't like bad people. Okay. All right. Well, we got everything kind of plugged in. Wait, let's see. Does this? Okay, that still works. Good. Good. I'm going to have to, like, do a whole bunch of cable management. Okay, Jeff. If you, especially, if you live in a state, you understand it's not every single Dem in this case, right? Just to be sure, but I get it. I don't consider myself a Democrat. I've considered myself independent for a very long time. That said, I do believe in fighting fascism in whatever way possible. So, yes, I get it. You're not seeing Cosmo's post? Are they not appearing on screen anymore? No, they're appearing. Just check the multi-chat that's like on screen. You can't scroll up on it, sorry. Yeah, Jess. Wait, but if you're a vet, you should still have healthcare through the VA. The VA got more funding. Dems got that at least. That's half your chat's not coming through. That's auto filter. So maybe stop using like hate speech or whatever's getting filtered. It is still underfunded, but they got some. Well, that was one of the concessions they got. So a little something for the VA. Yeah. Oh, wait. Okay, sorry.
A once monthly treatment for moderate to severe eczema that helps you spend less time managing your symptoms.
Eggless can deliver real and lasting results.
How's that?
Like skin that's still more clear at 1 year. Don't use if you're allergic to Eggless. Allergic reactions can occur
Okay.
that can be severe. Eye
Ay,
problems.
ay, ay.
Doctor if you have new or worsening eye problems. You should not receive a live vaccine when treated with Eggless. Before starting Eggless, tell your doctor if you have a
It's too novel.
clearer skin, itch relief. Once monthly dosing with or without topicals. You can put
Claim medical asylum. I mean, you could try.
Eggless for eczema. The Gel Flex Grid
Oh, I've gone on his live before. Is he live right now?
improves your day. Shop Purple's
I love Pickles. He's great.
save up to $800 on a mattress and base. Less pain, better sleep.
Just the TikTok ticker.
What are you still doing up, sweetie?
On.
What's wrong with your face?
What do you mean?
Just look at how many docs I found on Shutdown.
Thank you, KK. Kim.
People say Dr. Cleves makes them
Yeah.
uncomfortable. Have you touched any of my stuff? And Dr. Barbosa is incredible.
Exactly, more pet.
Really contagious.
Let me turn this off.
Booked it, sweetie.
You've got options. Book now.
What's the secret to peak health?
I know, yeah, it was a while ago. I just like I used to do more debatey things. I don't always go live. I've been going live more this week as like a procrastination method, basically. And we were researching, but I've been having phases of like not going live that often. And I kind of stopped doing a lot of the debate stuff after the election because it was sort of like what's the point in trying to convince MAGA that they're, of anything? Firstly, they don't listen to reason, but also more importantly, like we're going to find out, right? Like we're stuck here with Trump. We're all stuck in this country. They are correct. They won, which means we're about to see how everything plays out. You know what I mean? Like I don't need to convince them of anything. We're about to see. you know? I mean, people were fucked either way. Indigo, people were fucked either way.
To taking care of Aunt Jean, even if she can be a lot.
Okay, I gotta download the app. Elgato.com/download.
Senator John Cornyn of Texas for a final procedural vote. His vote would be the one needed for the spending measure to move forward. We're going to bring back in our friend MSNBC Capitol Hill
This news is earlier.
and MSNBC White House reporter Kayla.
Like, ignore this audio. It's late.
And thank you for staying up late and working so hard tonight.
It's just a replay of the news from earlier. Elgato.com/download. I don't know. Windows. Stream Deck. I think some of them are up in midterms. Some of them are or maybe some of them are retiring or something. I think so, Indigo. Now that, well, here, yeah, look on the bright side, guys. Like, now basically, Mike Johnson has no excuse but to swear in Grijalva. Install anyway. I hope this doesn't like. Installing, install. This is how it was going to end sooner or later, frankly. This was exactly how it was going to end sooner or later. Whoops. Ooh, default profile. Oh, okay. Ooh, look at that. Look at those buttons, guys. Look at those. Oh, okay. Navigation. So I could do mute, unmute, turn volume up, turn it down. Okay. Copy, paste, cut. Whoa. Okay. What does this do? Does it open a folder? It does. It opens the folders. Oh my gosh. Okay. Emojis. Oh! Look, all the little emojis. I don't know if you can see that. Okay. Okay. Tutorials. Pages. Oh, cool. There's a tutorials thing. Links. Oh, cool. I can put in my links here. Look. Oh my God. That's so good. That's so good. I can program this to have all my links. I don't have an X link, obviously, but awesome. Okay. If I do this. Oh, it just opened TikTok. Oh my God. It just opened TikTok straight up. Oh. Okay. It just opened it up. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. How do we sleep? I can put it to sleep. Whoa. I can put it to sleep. Darker, brighter. Cool. Screen record. Screenshot. Showed. Whoa. Guys, this is incredible. This is the best thing ever already. And I haven't even done anything. I haven't even customized it. It's crazy. I did all this while streaming on YouTube and TikTok. But I didn't do anything. I just plugged in the thing and stuff. Launch the app to customize Stream Deck. Drag actions from the right panel and drop them onto your desired keys on the left. Okay. Multi-action. Oh, default profile. Okay. New profile. Profile 1. Okay, I'm going to add some profile things to change profiles. Let's see if I can move this up here. Up here. Tutorials, emojis. Cool. Boop. Boop. Maybe not. Here, I can show you guys over here while I'm doing it. So I'm moving the buttons around, and here I'm going to add the profiles. So I think I can just drag that here. Switch profile. Cool. So if I do that, cool. All right. Profile 1. How do I configure this for like different programs? Devices. Sleep after 1 hour. Hello. Never. Let's just do never. Switch to this profile when the Stream Deck app open is closed and the following application is foreground. Okay. OBS Studio. No. Profile 1 will be OBS. Add new profile. TikTok Live Studio. New profile. Other? I need one for DaVinci Resolve. Oh, Black Magic Design. Here. Wait, what? How do does anyone know how to do this? Thank you. I will dream of Mom Donnie. Don't mind me. Okay. Well, Lenny, they're not all the exact same. And also, drag and drop actions into that folder. I don't know. It's not exactly a done deal, but basically, yeah. Well, let's just start here. OBS. Oops. If anyone knows how to use this, let me know. This doesn't show me anything. Some of them did. The usual suspects, but also, you know. Get. Oh, I can get this. Okay. Yeah, we could have had a Bernie Sanders. Oh, this is someone who's saying the same thing. Like, eventually this is what was going to happen. Well, some of them literally always vote for Republicans, like Fetterman and shit. Fetterman's just a problem. Also, I think her name is like Maria something. She also votes with them a lot. One of them was like a guy from Virginia whose entire thing was always like he never said anything about the ACA. He only ever cared about federal workers. No, it's not open yet. Sorry. I'm trying to like do homework in a sense while we're here. Hi. I know. Fetterman is like the worst. He's just the worst. Oops. Mm-mm. The Third Amendment? What do you mean nothing ever happens? Okay. Cool. Record. Ooh, chapter marker. Okay. I'm gonna need stream. I'm gonna delete that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. 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 Mm-hmm. Aye. Aye. Shark giving snap. That's good. That's good. Waiting for OBS. I'm gonna have to do better icons. What is that? Mm-mm. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. Yeah, several Democrat states were doing that, and whatchamacallit, Trump sued to basically stop states from dispensing any SNAP benefits. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Waiting for OBS. Why? Yeah, it is not correct. Unfortunately. I mean, it's fortunate, yes, but he's unfortunate. Downloading Discord. Hmm. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-mm-mm-mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh boy. Home assistant. We could do that. TikTok live studio. Nice. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm. I'm just downloading a bunch of apps that I need. Ay, ay, ay. I think I'm gonna go to sleep soon. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh, icons. Damn. Oh, profiles? Oh. Okay, we'll find out. Has there ever been more over? What? hell? I'm tired. Ooh, plugins. Wait, are these dial actions? No. Oh, okay. Cool. Go end live. Okay. Hi. What am I doing right now? I am configuring some buttons. This thing. For like live stream stuff. Say hi to viewers. Let's try this. I don't know what this does, but should we let's say? Did anything happen for you guys? Wait, what happened? No, nothing happened. What is it? Oh. What does that do? It's not letting me do that. Okay, I don't know what that does. Let's see if this works. Open live goal. Oh, that worked. Whoa, cool. That worked. Cool. So I just pressed one button and then it opened up the live goal thing here, and I can set up a new goal. This is weird. Oh, now you can set up like a bunch of random goals. That's okay. Whatever that is. So now they set multiple things in your goal. Okay. Did that work? Did that set anything? I don't know. Whatever. I think so. Grijalva. Play sound effect. Right. TikTok. Cool. Waiting for OBS. I guess maybe because I'm currently recording, it's like not gonna let me. Open multi-guest. I'm gonna have to figure out how to. What does this do? Viewers? I gotta add accounts and stuff. Okay. I don't know what that does. Play ad. Start, stop stream. Open dashboard. Everything's red. I don't like these things. I want it to be less red. Create new icon. Huh. Oh, okay. Virtual camera. Let's try this. No. It's locked. Disabled? Why? Why are you disabled? Not anyone in here. Just this button. No, the shutdown is likely going to end. Anyway, if anyone knows how to use this and has any tips, please let me know. I'm going to start reading all this stuff. Here we go. Let's try this. Scene. Okay. Dems West Wing obsession. I don't know what you're talking about. Is that a thing? People talk about. See if multi-action. Oh, multi-action. Oh, let's try this. System. Multi-action. Open application. OBS. Which one is it? OBS Studio? Or, probably this, I assume, right? Okay. OBS Studio. Open application. Tick Talk Live Studio. The whole website. It's not really a website. Here we go. And then this is cool. So with one button, I can just open all these applications. So these are all the apps I have to open anyway. Oh my God, that's so cool. You know what I mean? So if I'm gonna go live, instead of opening everything, I can just go bloop and it'll open up all my... Oh my God. I am sleepy. Yes. Cool. Okay, is that all I opened for this? Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. I can't try this out right now, but okay, multi-action. Create new icon. How do I create a key creator? So this is the website. Only tool you'll ever need to do. Okay. Oh, look at that. Okay, what should we make it look like? Oh my God, I'm so excited. What should we make it look like? What should the icon look like for me to, when I'm like starting up all my, I feel like a rocket ship should be a thing. Oh, there is a rocket ship, literally, right? Because I'm like, how do we start all the things? Does this not scroll down? Category, all. Wallpaper. Or should it be like this? It's kind of cute. I kind of like that. You like that? Bro, for real, or the like the fuse really map in my car? Wait, what? Oh, you could do 2. Oh, I didn't realize that every time I clicked on something, it was. I kind of like this. What if I brought this up here? Oh, no. Damn. Nah. Oops. Like this. I like this one. Rainbow light bulb is a good one too, though. Now what? How do I get it out of here? Oh, here. Save key. Cool. Okay. Now. Wait. Set from file. Downloads. Hee. Look at that. Okay. Icon library. I don't have an icon library. Oh my gosh, look at that. And then I'm going to add stream apps. Oops. Cool. So this is what it looks like. It's like on here. When I add them there, it shows there. So there's a little button we made. So if I go boop, supposedly it'll open up OBS, TikTok, and Stream Ninja thingy. Social Stream Ninja. Cool. And then I gotta find some buttons for I gotta look up videos on this. Well, here we are. Okay. I feel like I can't believe there's still 175 people in here watching me just set up this like this stream deck. You guys are cool. Thanks for hanging out. I just got a new toy because my birthday is on Tuesday. My mom got me this. And we are basically configuring all the buttons. I'm not sure what you mean, JTS. Thank you, JTS. Is that because I'm mad cool? I don't think I'm mad cool. I press this, multi-guest. This open multi-guest? It did. Wow. Uh-oh. Internal temp too high. Oh, that's what happens. I did attach a heat sink to this thing, but there we go. I know, sorry. My phone or my camera overheated. That's a quick button I need. I need a camera. How can I just do that? Something that I have to will deactivate and then reactivate a source. You know what I mean? Thank you, God. Let me Google how to do this. What am I looking? What am I looking for? I'm looking for Elgato Stream Deck Program OBS Source Activate. Source visibility. I don't know if that'll be the same thing as activating. But okay, let's try that. Source visibility. I should do political ASMR. That's what people have been saying. Like, people have been referring to this video that I made recently, my ICE ASMR. Something with the clicking and the tapping. If I get these... let's see. Elgato Stream Deck. Waiting for OBS. Here we go. I have to exit OBS. The only solution is to exit OBS, uninstall OBS. Use a browser to browse the Stream Deck marketplace for Stream Deck and then reinstall it. Then Stream Deck works with OBS. How to use with OBS Studio portable mode. There's some issue with this. Trump is my president, so everything that is going badly right now is literally his fucking fault. All that inflation and shit that he was supposedly gonna fix. Yeah, that's his fucking fault, dumb fuck. He is our president. No one's denying that he's our president. We also just know how things work and Hannah, your rage baiting is not very impressive. That's the easiest bullshit I've ever seen. Also, you don't even speak English. Look at that. Because I understand consent. Yeah, he's also spending our money on shit he isn't supposed to. How embarrassing for you, Hannah, to support Trump. You should. That's pretty embarrassing. Oh, maybe I had to download. I downloaded the wrong stream, the OBS. Oh. Maybe I installed the wrong one. How do I uninstall a plugin? Uninstall. I'm also going to uninstall this just in case. Don't let them raise your blood pressure. That's what they're trying to do. Don't even worry about it. They're a bunch of losers. Self-hating losers. They're the biggest set of losers. Don't even worry about it. Why isn't this downloading? The fuck? Let's open it back up. El gato. What on earth? Stream Deck. Okay, Hannah. It's not letting me download this now. Bro. Elgato plugin not opening. Oh wait, there it is. There it is. The next vote is happening tomorrow. Log into the Elgato Marketplace within the Stream Deck app to avoid a workaround if this is the cause of your problem. The hell? I'm angry, Babylons, but also this is how it was eventually going to end. Yeah. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Quite possibly a bunch of chatbots. What is the... Alright. I gotta troubleshoot this, but in order to do so, I feel like I might have to restart my OBS and stuff. So, I'm gonna... have to go to sleep. Yeah, but I think Republicans in some ways were too, Babylons. Republicans have nothing to lose now. They know that they're going to get trounced in the midterms. So they might as well cause as much destruction as they can and then hand over a completely destroyed, country to Dems after midterms. And because they probably will not get a veto-proof majority in the Senate, any legislation that Dems pass is very likely to still be vetoed by Trump, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. We'll find out. Okay. I'm going to log off because I do want to fix this, but I also need to go to sleep. Okay. I love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. And I'll try to make that big old video tomorrow, maybe. I was going to do it tonight, and then all this happened. I keep saying that, and more stuff. Yeah, go for it, Hannah. That's real cute, threatening people to call ice on them. You don't even speak English, Hannah. Like, obviously, you're not even in America. And if you are, you're a fucking immigrant. All right. Good night, guys. Love y'all.